I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding. Got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding. Me up, play me like a bass guitar. Simmer down and mash me up. Tripping like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Me up, drum me round and go right for it. Shivers down my spinal cord. Oh, 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 oh. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding. Got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Holding.
Drama. Yeah, I've been running and running to keep it 100. It's all that I wanted, but lately I don't get the stomach. The higher the summit, the harder the plummet. They know me all over this planet. I'm just a man and I can't understand it. Proud that I win and I did it myself. Probably wouldn't if I got the help. Hearing subliminals all on myself. Feel like I'm breaking, I'm falling to hell. Told me I'm sick and I tell her, oh well. Rather be dead than to know that I failed. Live for the chase, life is a race. I'm out of space, so me get on my face. I got a taste, want the whole plate. Finna get laced if you step out of place. Like, first off, you don't run nothing. All talk and your team bluffing. My squad, we all dream crushing. We ain't rushing, no discussion. All I know is us made for this. Paid for this, yeah, slave for this. Been down and I'ma get it right. Get on sight like. Been down and I'ma get it right. Get on sight like. Been down and I'ma get it right. Get on sight like. Never really know when you're gonna go. Why you gotta put another foot in front of yours? Bury them toes, carry them close. I was never one to care about my mentos. I was like froze, now I'm on floor. Give me that smoke, but I can't get high. We do the most, here to inspire. Doing what I'm supposed, but I can't get tired. Run for your life every night. See in the dark, blind by the light. I got the spark, I got the pipes. All of my arts coming to life. Had to face my fears while I chased my peers, and I found my spot. About time that I found myself. I've been out here walking that walk. Like, first off, you don't run nothing. All talking, your team bluffing. My squad, we all dream crushing. We ain't rushing, no discussion. All I know is I was made for this. Paid for this, yeah, slave for this. Been down and I'ma get it right. Dead on sight, like. First off, you don't run nothing. All talking, your team bluffing. My squad, we all dream crushing. We ain't rushing, no discussion. All I know is I was made for this. Paid for this, yeah, slave for this. Been down and I'ma get it right. Dead on sight, like. Down and I'ma get it right. Dead on sight, like. Been down and I'ma get it right. Dead on sight, like. When I'm up through the night, I can't turn down the noise. Say all the words out of my mind about who I'm supposed to be. I start to believe I can't get it right. Remember the days I let slip away. They were simpler times. Mama told me before you leave, if there's only one thing you remember from me, child, when you're out on your own, a million miles from home, feeling the weight of the world on your shoulders. Child, don't forget who you are. Don't lose your head or your heart. I'll bet my life on your stars. You'll be dancing, dancing on the moon. I'll bet my life you'll be dancing on the moon. I'll bet my life you'll be dancing on the moon. I'll bet my life you'll be dancing on the moon. Dancing on the moon. Dancing on the moon. Maybe my compass was wrong, and I'm still on my way closer each day to where I belong. I'm still rolling the dice, praying sometimes don't last it long. I'm losing my faith, I'm walking away from what you knew all along. Mama told me before you leave, if there's only one thing you remember from me, child, when you're out on your own, a million miles from home, feeling the weight of the world on your shoulders. Child, don't forget who you are. Don't lose your head or your heart. I'll bet my life on your stars. You'll be dancing, dancing on the moon. I'll bet my life you'll be dancing on the moon. I'll bet my life you'll be dancing on the moon. I'll bet my life you'll be dancing on the moon. Dancing on the moon. Child, when you're out on your own, a million miles from home, feeling the weight of the world on your shoulders. Child, don't forget who you are. Don't lose your head or your heart. I'll bet
my life on your stars. You'll be dancing, dancing on the moon.
Yeah. Unknown Brain. Marvin Devine. I'm saying bye to all the lies and all the times you cried, saying that I wasn't right, yet I was right by your side. You manipulator, playing games, your friends commentators, and I don't know what you say about our private conversations, but it's got them hating. Thanks to all the rumors you be claiming. It's cool, I'm done with you, so they can throw you a celebration. You gon' hate it when you see me with somebody living better. I'm trying to tell you that me just doing me gon' have you jealous.
I know that I gotta stay away from all your games. Yeah, I know that I found somebody else to love me one day. You'll realize the grass ain't greener on the other side. No, you did me dirty for the last time, so now I gotta say goodbye.
Yeah, my life is lovely now, I'm focused on me. You said you were about to die, I guess the car is on E. But see, I ain't even tripping, cause I just chose to believe that somebody gon' come around and give me just what I need. I don't wanna see you frowning, see you looking down and out. Coming to me crying, saying you miss having me around. Gave you chances and you blew it, you so easily influenced. All the times you told me beat it, now you gotta face the music, I'm saying.
I know that I gotta stay away from all your games. Yeah, I know that I found somebody else to love me one day. You'll realize the grass ain't greener on the other side. No, you did me dirty for the last time, so now I gotta say goodbye. So now I gotta say
And welcome on in, ladies and gentlemen, watching from all over the world. My name is Adam EV500. Joining me in the broadcast booth for the 4 hours of Nürburgring is Bash Dash for the first hour. Bash, welcome on in.
What's up, everyone? Yeah, Nürburgring, endurance, always a fun time. The Nordschleife is one of those legendary tracks. Of course, all of the car manufacturers like to test their supercars there for their durability and their speed. Let's talk about the cars that these teams are using. I see a lot of Audis, a lot of Bentleys, a lot of McLarens. Those McLarens are going to be fast on this track, huh?
They are going to be very fast. That it was mainly the car of choice from what I've seen. The Audi and the McLaren were the top two, and I'm actually not surprised to see that the Audi. I'm a big fan of the Audi R8 LMS. A lot of guys running the 2019 Audi. So, but it's going to be interesting to see what happens here because there are some Bentleys in this field, and if anything we know about the Bentleys, their gas mileage can be a factor into the race, especially late stages.
Definitely. One thing I'm wondering is why is the Honey Badgers team using a Porsche? Daniel Ricciardo drives for McLaren.
I kind of just don't understand why they're not driving the McLaren. I think part of it is the McLaren to a lot of people, especially the drivers who are driving in that's going to be Righteous Fire, Sim Black Fox, Lewis, and these grills. To that probably, and I've heard them quote say this. They have said the McLaren's a death trap, and so I think the Porsche, I think to them is much more stable. It's a back engine car, so it's going to be a little more stable going through Nürburgring for sure. And this is not Nordschleife. This is the Grand Prix circuit. So we'll be going through the Schumacher S's for the next 4 hours, Bash, and that's going to be very interesting to see how these drivers handle this today.
Fun. Love that Grand Prix track. Speaking of which, Righteous Fire and Sim Black Fox are some regulars in our Formula One leagues, so I'm very much looking forward to seeing how they come on. In fact, there are a lot of the F1 league drivers in this race, aren't there? I see Niall, and Van in Macamates. Who else can we see?
Uh, well, Van is in it. Sim Black Fox, Righteous Fire, Pfeiffer, who is the founder of Apollo Racing Club. He'll be joining us here later, and we'll be interviewing him and talking with him about his preparation for this big event. This is a very huge event for the Apollo Racing Club. It's been a lot of work and by a lot of different people who have set up the server, getting everything figured out. We had problems at one point in time. We hit a pretty big obstacle, and we ended up overcoming that. So huge shout out to Cookie and Craig and Fife, really pounding it hard, getting the server all set up for this.
Oh yeah, all of the hard work of this server is to be appreciated.
And we want to give a shout out to Grid Finder. This race is approved by them. If you want to start your next sim racing career, head over to gridfinder.com. We're a sponsored league by them. We are on their preferred league page. So huge shout out to them as well. And we've made advancements in the broadcast as well to get in preparation for this. So we're very excited. Bash, I can't wait until we can get into the quality server.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be fun. As soon as that server pops up, we'll be in there.
And we're just going to be waiting a little bit here, ladies and gentlemen, before the qualifying will be starting. Did all the servers go down for you, sir?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not the only one. I'm not going crazy. It's not my fault this time. So, and for those who don't know, Bash is a F1 2020 Tier 1 commentator.
I just got
So-
ACC a little bit ago, so I might be commentating for that a lot more. I might try my hand at
yes.
driving it, but I got to get good at the game first. Hopefully, it doesn't take me too long.
Hey, are you a GT3 fan?
Yeah, GT cars are cool.
All right. Audi Yeet is what I'm hearing from Paul. Yep, that's so Audi Yeet team. Actually, we can talk about go through the team. So Audi Yeet team is going to be Cookie, Fleischman, and Pfeiffer. So those guys definitely going to be looking for a strong race today. Cookie, he's probably one of the aliens of ACC, I would say. And we're just being given word that there will be a 5-minute practice session while drivers connect to the server. So we will not be heading right into qualifying. We're going to give ourselves a chance to get in to the session. But ladies and gentlemen, if you want to head over to pitwall.live, you can see you can be able to follow all the action there with live timing. So we're giving them a shot here as they are in development of their new Pitwall app for ACC and iRacing. So if you are wanting to check that out, we'll post the link in the chat here shortly. Bash, you've checked it out. It's obviously still in a development phase, but it's pretty unique.
Yeah. Definitely a useful tool to have.
We're just waiting here. So what's your prediction today? Are we going to see carnage right at the start, or are we going to see these guys take it pretty easy?
I like to say that these guys are going to take it pretty easy, be it an endurance race. I'm not sure that any driver is going to do any drastic moves right at the start. Maybe around the end, but I don't think it's going to happen at the start.
Well, as Jimmy Broadbent and Yardier and many, many sim endurance professionals have said, the first, however many hours, so this is a 4-hour endurance race, so the first 3 hours, first 3.5 hours is just basically setting up your team for the last 30 minutes. That's it. That's all you're doing. And so if these guys are just staying consistent, if they're going to just and stay calm behind the wheel, it's a long race. We've seen a lot of teams who have been able to, who crash on lap 1, have to go to the pits, go down a couple laps, been able to make those laps back up in a stint. So a lot of driving talent. It's just going to be really about consistency at this point and at this point of the race. When that green flag drops, it's go time.
Certainly, yeah. Staying calm and consistent is going to be the key to success in this race. It is 4 hours, so yeah. If you aren't consistent and you get nervous, something crazy might happen, and your race could just end in a snap.
Do you have a server up, sir?
I'm trying to see. Nothing's coming up for me. This this briefing better be good. It's taking so long.
They're still in the driver's precinct, of course, but I've been in. I participated in about the first half of the season. Of the sprint series here at Apollo Racing Club. That is the our ACC 45-minute, 90-minute races here, and these driver briefings. These guys are very particular. They're very serious about it. They want to make sure everybody has a good time, though. We're gentlemen drivers, as they would say. Not They try and not bring all the carnage like they do in F1 and in Formula E. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. There's some new guys who are here tonight, so we haven't seen them before. I've never seen them race, so I cannot give you any specifics. But guys to look out for is the punt and run team. Dave Hassar, the first man in that one, followed with Timmy Wilkins. That is a team to look out for. Those two drivers, very strong drivers in ACC. I've seen them drive through the field and do whatever it takes. Very competitive guys, so they're going to be looking for some a big finish today. Team Panzer, that is Thornton, Allen, and T-Dog. Thornton, we see him in a Aceto Corsa. Bash, have you seen Thornton race before?
No, I'm excited to though.
He has talent. He is a young driver, so he's been learning and doing I think a pretty good job. Honestly, his Formula E races are just excellent, and so that's somebody to look out for. Allen, he won the amateur in the sprint series this year. Very strong driver. He was competing with the pro drivers of our league this season in competing for podiums with those guys. So very strong driver. And then T-Dog, somebody that's Timmy Wilkins, excuse me, and I need to correct an error. I said punt and run is Dave Hassar and Tommy Kogan. So Kogan coming into this endurance race looking for a strong finish after last night's Formula E race. So server, I have been told, is on its way back up. So give us a second. We got to type in all the passwords.
Yeah, let me try typing on the password.
Yeah. And as we are getting in, is this Mr. Fife?
Hello, boys. How are we today?
Oh, we are great. Pfeiffer, the one of the drivers here today in the Nürburgring, and as we're coming in here, Fife, tell us about the preparation going behind this as a driver for a 4-hour event.
I got to tell you, the preparation as an admin was more than the preparation for a driver, but honestly, it's just been lap after lap after lap. Unfortunately, I made the mistake this week of practicing on about 65 liters of fuel constantly, and I just loaded up the race setting with 105 liters of fuel, and the back end was getting loose on me through the chicane, so it's going to be interesting when the stints begin here.
Well, you got to give me 1 second. My broadcast client crashed.
Oh, that's no good. Does look like the stream is still flowing. However, you won't be seeing much change in the camera angles here as Evie relaunches his broadcast app.
But and Five, take us. You said the administration part was probably the hardest. You said about this.
Yeah, we've never done a driver swap here at ARC before, so this is our first endurance event, first of many, we hope. And we had to learn basically how to build an entry list out that worked with our driver swaps, and then we ran into an issue with the web interface that controls our servers not being compatible with the entry list format, and that took days to figure out what the issue was. Then it was just a matter of building our own server again to control manually, loading the entry list over and over again as teams kept updating, getting the livery package together for you, the commentators, to see on stream. It's just a bunch of steps, but now that we've done it once, it's only going to be easier.
Well, we are in it for the next 4 hours as we are approaching the final 2 minutes of practice as the rest of the grid is coming in. We have 20 teams.
19, unfortunately. Bushido style racing apparently had some drivers pull out last minute and left their guy hanging. So,
well, hey,
feel bad for those guys, but they have signed up for the season, so we will see them during regular season racing.
Well,
Good stuff.
Good stuff. And, well, 19 teams, that's still quite a bit of cars to deal with on track, and especially here at the Nürburgring. Now we're just waiting for people coming through, and I'm just scrolling through it and through the leaderboard. These guys are just getting ready, getting their setups in, getting quali ready, getting the quali setup in, and they got to make sure you put in the quali. When you put in quali setup, you have the quali fuel, and then after quali, got to put in that race setup. Don't be the person that's hung out on your quali setup, especially because most of those setups are only low fuel bash.
To maximize speed.
Exactly.
Yeah, when we did the 12-hour Bathurst, we did our qualifying setup. We were unfortunately not able to get a valid lap, so we're starting in the back of the field, and our first driver forgot to put in the race setup, so we were running our quali setup for the 12 hours of Bathurst. That was quite different than what the actual race setup was. So you don't want to be caught out like that. That can make things very interesting.
Certainly.
Now, Adam, were you able to reconnect your broadcast client?
Oh, yeah, I'm good.
Okay, all right. Didn't see the camera moving at all as we wait for the practice session to end. So in 20 seconds, this race will be live, ladies and gentlemen.
And then if you're using the pitwall.live, make sure to...
I'll go ahead and load that into chat for us.
Yep, refresh it. It will work. Right now I just had to reconnect it. That was my apologies for that. So, but look at all these beautiful liveries on track right now. We'll head over to the Honey Badger team because I think they have one of the most unique liveries on track, and that is...
Are you looking at them right now?
I will be.
I was going to say, because all I'm seeing is an aerial shot of pit lane.
Number 7 Porsche being driven by Righteous Fire.
Look at that thing. Look at that livery. Danny Ricciardo in your rearview mirror.
So, all right. Well, qualifying's underway, and I'm going to ask both of you this, both you and Bash and Pfeiffer. Pfeiffer, give us a prediction for qualifying here.
I'm expecting to see names like David Hassar, Bubba Jones up top because I'm familiar with those guys. But I've heard that Nicholas Huben from Up North Vision Racing is a quick boy. So we'll have to see. I heard he's running low 53s.
Well, as we are getting qualifying underway, Bash, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm not as familiar with all of the drivers. I only know the F1 guys, but I am looking forward to getting to know everyone on the ACC side. I'm expecting to see some fast times either way. Maybe, we've been talking about how fast McLaren is on this track, so maybe we'll see the McLarens reach the front, but maybe we'll see some surprises. Maybe that Porsche can get something fast, crack top 5. Just as I say that, Righteous just spins.
Looked like he took a little too much curb there, I think.
That poor Danny Ricciardo face, man. Can we just talk about this? It's Fig Newton's Danny Ricciardo and the Honey Badger. And it has the orange colors of the McLaren. Can you tell who they like? Who's their favorite driver?
That is a great livery, man. Oh.
It's very beautiful. They're definitely excited to see what happens in Drive to Survive Season 3 coming out March 19th. That's exciting. I'm very excited about that. So,
Trying to see here, looking at your view, if we have anybody that's actually started a hot lap yet. Yeah, there are some guys that have now begun their hot lap.
yep, there are a lot of guys who've actually started their hot laps. So,
And I thought for Team Panzer here that you're looking at Car 64, I would have thought Alan Zhu, being their quickest driver, would have been the one to qualify.
yeah, that's
See what Thornton
very,
can do.
yeah. Let's see what he can do. He. Oh, apparently all these guys are AM drivers. That's kind of funny. For this endurance race that you didn't even give them Pro 5.
I had to pick a tag. The website made me pick a tag.
But Thornton, he's very good in Formula E, as we saw last night. He has a lot of speed, so hopefully that can translate over into ACC, as he's now, where is he on track? He's going through the Mercedes ring, isn't he?
I didn't hear the question. I'm sorry.
I was just wondering. I couldn't see where. I couldn't remember where he was at. Lost where he was at on the track. But he's going. But I know where he is headed to, and that's the Schumacher S's. And that Mercedes.
He'll take this turn. He'll come around and he'll start to see the Schumacher S up ahead on the horizon. They like to come in a little bit, take a little bit of curb here on the right, throw it hard onto these bricks to the left. He's missed that apex, and that's going to send him a little bit wide. Hopefully he can hold it, and he does.
Very nice job by him.
Yeah, when he can take advantage of track limits, he's been doing so beautifully. Not quite getting on the gravel, just maintaining speed, getting as good a line as he can.
You can see in his rear view there, although he seems to have made some space now, my teammate, Cookie, driving in the Rush/Archer inspired Audi Yeet Squad livery.
I love it.
And here
comes Thornton.
Thornton crosses the line and gets a...
That's going to be a 158.6 for the man. So, is there any way, Fife, we did not think this through.
The tower intervals?
Yes.
Is that what you're looking for? Honestly, I do not know. Chat, can anyone help us?
If you can, that would be wonderful to get those intervals. But
you will see it scrolling at the bottom of the screen in a moment here, fortunately.
The car currently on provisional pole, though, is the number 24 Audi, which has done a lap in a 1 minute 54.297.
And that is going to be Nicholas Hoban. So we were talking, as Fife said, he is a speedy boy, and that's the Up North Vision team.
We see a lot of sub 2 minute times, but they're actually pretty spread out. The only 2 minute plus time is a 2 minute 006 by Van in the number 331 Lexus. Hopefully Van can improve on that. But yeah, not surprisingly, only one McLaren in top 5, and it is in fifth. The other 4 being a Lexus, Audi, Bentley, and Audi in ascending order. Hoban's about to cross the line again. Let's see if he can improve. He does. 1 minute 53.958. A sub 154. Very well done to him.
Can we bring up the comms and bit here? Actually, it sounds pretty good to me.
I'm like, I'm yelling. It's pretty loud in my ears.
I'm listening to them now. Yeah, you could be a little louder there, Adam.
I can.
Yeah, just a bit, not much. But Bash and I did sound great. So yeah, Nicholas Hoban there with a 153.9. First one into the 53s, followed by Bubba Jones, a 154.7. Cookie with a 155.8, my teammate. I'm not sure who this driver number 4 is because of the random name that he has.
McLaren number 69 has put in a pretty nice third place time with a 1 minute 55.443.
And that's going to be David Wright. David Wright's very fast in ACC. Yeah, so this event has a lot of the strong guys in it, Fife, for at least we consider top tier aliens of our club. A lot of these guys, I'm expecting them to race pretty well.
I am too. I mean, like you said, this event's been being planned for a little while now, so these guys have known it's coming. Everyone's been practicing. You know how we like to get on Friday nights, have a few drinks, and do some Friday night pubs. We usually always started those Friday night pubs with about a half an hour practice session, followed by 1 or 2 Nürburgring races before moving on to other tracks. So the practice is there. Everyone should really know what they're doing here. And I expect a great race today.
It'll be fun to watch for sure.
I am trying my darndest to see if anyone knows how to get the intervals to come up on the leaderboard for you, since the only intervals we currently have are the scrolling leaderboard down the bottom, and that's not going to be very useful.
You're telling me. But I can pull up a timetable for everybody, so we can just take a look.
They should all be watching Pitwall, to be honest with you. And then they could see all that information right there, if I'm not mistaken.
But Holden in the Audi, he is in P1, followed by Bubba Jones with Waffle Smacks. He is somebody who I've raced against and had some pretty decent battles wheel to wheel with. He's in the Bentley with Bubba Jones. So, and it's kind of interesting to see how many teams have two-man teams and how many drivers took the 4-man team. So,
Evie, can you try pressing number pad plus minus and see if that opens the intervals on the tower?
Ogden's just put in a pretty good time, 1 minute 55.146, adding another McLaren into the high order. That apparently places him in 3rd. I'm going to wait for Pitwall to confirm, though.
And it's definitely possible, Evie, because I did just look at an old stream from another friend's league, and they have the intervals displayed, so I'm sorry that we missed this one. Like you said, so much to plan for here that we've left out a huge, a huge part of this.
Yeah, no. Just so you know, it does not work. Nobody in chat has answered our question, so
no, I'm going to go ask some people that might know. Hopefully I'm not going to bother them with my question. I'm just looking to see who is on. I will probably wait till the end of qualifying so that I don't disturb them.
So we've now got 2 McLarens and 2 Audis in top 5, and and second place is a Bentley.
Yeah, Bentley can be a huge threat. Heading over to number 721, Dave Hazar. He is already up 5/10 on his on his lap, so, and he's coming through the final turn. Can he improve that time? Hopefully he can. He's only 4/10 up though. It's not gonna. He only jumps up 2 places to P13, and that was a 1:57.0. Looking at
still a lot of improvement to be made.
Now Jackson, he in number 722. He is already 3/10 up as he is. Where is he? He's coming. Oh, he's coming up to the chicane. You can take that chicane. Oh, he flies off the track with the Aston Martin, and that is that's going to end that lap pretty easily. And now the NCR Endurance Department team with Centauri.
Can you try your F keys, Evie? Maybe F2, switch HUD forward.
Nope.
Okay, I am trying to find this for you.
I'll keep following Jackson for the time being.
Yes,
See if he can't improve his time.
But yeah, we're on the Santorin. on board right now, looking at these awesome onboard shots as he's coming through the final chicane. He is currently 7/10 up. That could really boost his position here in qualifying as we're hitting 13 minutes to go. Now we're seeing some yellow flags being thrown, but we're not going to worry about that as Santori is going to be crossing the finish line with a time of a 1:56.2. He moves up to P8. So a very quick lap.
Very, very much improvement. Hopefully that continues.
Dixon Hurst in number 570. He's up 4/10 on his lap. And he is definitely looking to improve. He's only P17 right now. He can improve right now. He has an opportunity to do that. Considering he's already 5/10 up, and his last lap was a 1:58.7.
And he's navigating this track beautifully. Just look at how clean those turns are, hitting that apex. Hopefully he can even shave off even more time onto his lap, but that's just yet to be seen.
Now you got to be calm for these races, you know.
Oh,
Quali
yeah.
full send it if you have to. And look at that turn. That was absolutely beautiful through the Schumacher S's. And now, can he find the speed?
He's approaching a second off. He's already like over 0.9 off. So very well done to him.
Sometimes it just takes a lap. You want to get a lap in under your belt, get used to the track. And now he's hitting the final turn.
Chicanes were done very beautifully. Final turn, he's almost like 1.2 up. He crosses the line and gets a 1:57.675.
Not
Well
bad.
That puts him in 15th.
Yes. Now here comes Johnny Ashley. He's only 2/10 up. And he's from the NID Racing team, driving a Bentley as well. So, and he's going to come through the chicane, hits that very nicely as we see through the helicam.
I do think I have one other option for you, Evie.
What is that?
Your MFD button might do it. I don't know what that is. I can look that up.
I have no idea what the keyboard is, to be honest.
Well, if you didn't change them, then I can tell you. Give me one moment.
And Johnny Ashley moves up to piece 15 now with that improvement. Anybody really going super fast here? I see Daniel Wright. He is 3/10 up. But is that going to be enough to get him up into the top 3, Bash?
Time will tell. Yeah, I'm just trying to find... yeah, there he is. Yeah, let's see how Mr. Wright can come on. Shaving a couple milliseconds off. And he's in position to beat the other McLaren in the top 5. He's just got to maintain that speed. He might even go further up the line depending on how well he does these turns. Just abusing the track limits there. Doesn't invalidate his lap, thankfully. Oh, that was smooth as butter.
And now he's coming through the Schumacher S's, and wow, he's having a good time, I think. And he has looks like a few sponsors on his car. VCO and Pro Source. And now he's coming up to the final chicane. This is where you can gain a lot of time, and now he's going to gain 4/10.
That is beautiful. Yeah, the chicane can make or break your lap, really, and it looks like it's made his lap. He's half a second up. How is he going to finish? He gets a 1:54, thick. A beastly time, putting him up in 3rd.
A beastly time indeed. So he is now in the top 3 as we're hitting the final 8 minutes here. And now, who is looking to improve? Definitely Bubba Jones potentially could get into the 153s, but man, that's almost a second. The gap is a second from P1 to P2. That's amazing from Nicholas Hoban.
Hoban's improving significantly. He wants to stay in pole, and he wants to like extend his gap as far as possible. And when you are in pole position, it makes things a little bit easier during the actual race because you don't want to do any in an endurance race. So if you can start in front and maintain a consistent speed, that'll be wonderful.
Well, I hate to be the person to tell you this, but right now, Daniel Wright, he's already 0.2 up on his quickest time, which was a 154.6. If he can continue this speed and this run right now, he might be able to cross the line in P2. The gap between P2 and P1 is only 0.2, is 0.2 off. Well, excuse me, P2 and P3.
If Wright can close that gap, he'll be pretty pleased. Anyways, Hoban is approaching the final turn. Marginal improvement, but improvement nonetheless. He finishes with a 1 minute 53.523. Better than nothing.
Well, we're going to take a look over at Daniel Wright one more time. No, he has lost time. He is now a second down, and now he is going to park it. He knows he messed up his lap there and could have potentially put in a pretty decent time there, but it's not going to be enough. Looking with Ogden now, Jonathan Ogden. He is now 0.8 down on his fastest lap, so he is not improving in the slightest. Roadside Cookie, one of the administrators of this race, has been working hard to get this, as well as Fife.
And my teammate, I might add.
And your
looking real
teammate.
good for the Yeet squad right now. I'd be real happy with a 5th place start for us. In
Well, he
this
has
field,
improved.
absolutely.
He improved in sectors 1 and 2, but he couldn't find the improvement coming through this. Well, coming back up the hill.
It seems that we've lost the driver, it seems.
Yeah,
Down
we
to
have
18
lost the
drivers
team.
now. I'm not sure whom it is.
Cookie can iron out sector 3 and improve the lap. That might be helpful. Who knows, you guys might slide into 4th, but that is yet to be seen next lap. I like the way he's done that chicane, though.
He did gain a little bit out of the chicane, but now he has to really push it through this turn. Can he find a 10th in this final turn? He does find the 10th. Can he improve? No! He will not. He is just a 10th off.
Can you try pressing I, Evie?
There we go.
Ha
It looks like he's going to wait before trying again. Let's see who else is on a track to improvement. Righteous Fire almost got a 3rd up on his time. We'll see if he can't carry that over to the next few sectors. Yeah, I want to see this Honey Badger team do well. Currently, they're sat in 12th with a 1 minute 56.7.
It seems they've now moved up to 11th. Oh, that car was sliding sideways.
Yeah, excuse me. Pit wall takes a little bit to update, but yeah, they are in 11th right now, and they may be improving even further as Righteous Fire has almost shaved off half a second off his previous time. He just got to keep it consistent in that 3rd sector, maybe try to find some time in the chicane, and it'll work wonders.
As we ride on board with him.
Powder therapy can't connect to the ACC servers.
He keeps it consistent in the chicane, not necessarily finding time, but not really losing it either. But that final turn has done wonders as he's almost 0.6, but he'll have to settle for about half. And he gets a 1 minute 56.232, and that puts him in the top 10. Very well done to Righteous Fire.
Very well done indeed. Now we're seeing Joel Vandervalk. He is now 4 tenths up, up on his time. Johnny Ashley improves with a 156.7. He moves up into P14. But now Joel Vandervalk, he needs to improve himself right now. He's a little bit slower through the S's and through these curves, but he now has to really push this out especially coming up to the chicane. Can he find maybe a 10th in the chicane and in the final turn? He's 5/10 up. Can he find a way to get in there? Now he's going to break out the 50. Can he get through the chicane just fine? Well, bouncing through the chicane.
But it works.
It worked. He kept his time. He was able to keep that improvement in time, and now he's going to push all the way down to the finish line. Does he improve? He does.
3.58, putting him up in 12th position.
All right, David Hussar, we got to go to him very quickly because he'll be coming up to the chicane very soon. He's 8/10 up from his fastest time, which is already a 156.5, so he's looking to get into the 155s. And if he improves in this chicane, that will help him out a lot. Very nicely done. He doesn't even, that's the best way to take the chicane, honestly. Not a whole lot of bounce. The suspension's not getting unloaded a whole bunch. Is able to just fly through the chicane. And now he's 8/10 up, and he gets a 155.6 and goes up to P6.
Very well done, Mr. Hussar. The McLarens are putting it on. Not quite at the top. Rounding out the top 10. The Lexuses could be doing a little bit better. We got 1 in 6th, but...
How about that Motley in second place, huh?
Yeah, that's impressive. But there's a McLaren looking to take that spot away from him because Daniel Wright, he's already 2/10 up, so he could potentially catch up here if he finds a second. That's really what he has to do.
He needs a lot of time.
He needs to find a full second, but Bubba Jones in the Boatley right now is sitting 2/10 up on his time with a 156.1. So that's an incredible time too. We're seeing some very, very unique fast times, especially Nicholas Hoban sitting with a 153.2.
My eye on Wright. He's kept it clean. He's maintaining about a third of a second off, so he could very well scoop up second.
And I need to correct myself. I need to learn how to use this program better, but it's Daniel Wright's fastest time is a 154.6, and Bubba Jones' fastest time is 154.4. So the gap very tight there. So these guys could be racing to the end, and we only have 45 seconds here left in qualifying. So guys are really trying to push to get across across the line so they can get one more lap in.
Unfortunately, it looks like Wright has lost some time in the third sector. Doesn't look like he's improved his time, so he'll need to try again if he wants to get second.
Looking on track right now, we're seeing Thornton, who fell all the way down to P17. He's 5/10 up, and that is the man we need to keep our eyes on, who's in that Mercedes. That is the 2015 Mercedes, not the 2020. So it's a little bit different. The car is not nearly as stable as I think as the 2020. I would prefer I would have said they should have probably done the 2020 for this track, but I'm not the one driving the car.
Well, it's just about finished, so everyone putting in their hot laps only has one more, so they got to send it. Thornton will improve with a 1 minute 57.65 second 7.
Barely
adding
improves.
him up to 16th.
Well, he's going to go ahead and finish his quali, and now we're going to head over to Daniel Wright. This is the man we got to keep our eyes on. Nobody else is improving on their time. From what we can see, only Daniel Wright is the man of interest who can potentially steal this P2 if he can just find just a couple of tenths. That's all he has to do. 2 tenths, and he can get P2. That's all he needs.
A little wide on that turn. Doesn't look like he's improving too much, but if he can hit it nicely on the chicane in the final turn, he might be able to find those 2 tenths. He's got to be brave, stick it through. Not quite getting it, even though he was pretty fast on the chicane. That final turn will be his last hope, and no, it doesn't look like he'll have to settle for third.
He'll have to settle for that third place, and there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Your top 3 is going to be Holden, Bubba Jones, and Daniel Wright. David Hussar, right now, he's finishing up a lap. He's improved by a tenth, but he doesn't improve in placement. He's going to finish out his his qualifying with P6. And now here comes Jonathan Ogden. He's going to be coming across the finish line now. He is 2/10 down on his time. He won't improve. And everybody else has finished. So that is going to be at the end of qualifying here. And we will get ready for the grid start. And Fife, are you still here?
I am just letting you guys do your thing. Had to moderate chat as somebody decided they needed to spout off some racist crap in our Twitch channel.
Ooh.
So,
Not nice.
Yeah.
Well, tell us, are you surprised by this qualifying, or is unexpected, or what's your thoughts about that qualifying?
I am not surprised by this qualifying. You remember I said Nicholas Hubin came in.
Yeah.
I heard he was doing some alien time, so you see it there. Bubba Jones, obviously someone I know very fast. Daniel Wright, last season's champion in the pro division. So, and very happy to see my teammate Roadside Cookie up there at fifth. So great quali for us. I'm very happy about that, but the top three do not surprise me here. There were a lot of guys here whom I didn't know that I could have come out and just surprised me though,
Definitely. And yeah, my predictions were sort of on point too. A lot of good showings from the McLarens, but a lot of car diversity in the top 10. We got some Audis, a Bentley, a Lexus, a Merc, and an Aston, along with 4 McLarens. The one McLaren that's near the bottom is P18, Exia in the number 2.
Look at that field as we just pull back down the start grid, looking real nice. It's a full formation lap today, so it gives the guys some time to warm those tires up and to get the brakes heated up, and just to get a feel for the space around them.
And now we hear that 20-second mark, so these guys have gotten their race setups in, gotten the fuel calculations figured out. It is time here for the 4 hours of Nürburgring here at Apollo Racing Club. And it is very exciting to see what happens here in this race. This is the first big endurance race here. I'm very excited to bring all the action to you. So I'll be here for the entire 4 hours. Bash will be here for the first hour. Same with Fife. He'll be getting in the car very soon.
Yep, I'm actually going to be leaving after the formation lap to go help with my team. But once Bash leaves, my stint will begin. I think you can expect to see Cookie jump in here.
Awesome. Well, glad to have Cookie involved in this. And then for the third hour, I don't know who's coming, so we'll figure that out later.
I might come back as long as nothing's going wrong in the house with the kids. I would like to come back and join you for the end if possible. So with that said, guys, doing awesome work for us. Really appreciate you both giving up some free time on your Saturday. 4 hours is a big ask for you, Evie. Really appreciate it. Bash, glad to finally A, be in the booth with you, and B, have you on ACC. Been really looking forward to hearing you do ACC because you do such a wonderful job week in and week out with F1, you and Evie. So you guys have a lot of fun with this today. That's what this is all about, having a good time. Oh, Gunpowder Therapy is back in too. So we are back up to our full 20 teams.
And yeah, I'll certainly be doing more ACC. My hour's about to come to a close though. I figure I'll at least stay for the formation lap. Just talk about what y'all think, how y'all think this race is going to go on. Who do you think is going to come out on top? Is the Audi going to stay out on top, or do you think someone will surprise us? I'm hoping Fife's team can put on a good show and maybe make up some positions.
Well, that will be the question. Who is going to make up the most positions? Who is going to, what is the race strategy for this? I think really it's going to be this first hour just needs to be about calming down, just simmering down, settle it, get in there, and then let the race come to you because it's a long race. 4 hours at this track is quite a long time. People think it's not that big of it's a pretty decently sized track. 4 hours of this is pretty hard, so I will say. Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are coming up here to the last few turns of the start of Sector 3. And Bash, I'm excited here. We are here to get ready for the first endurance event at Apollo Racing Club.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how this race starts out. We'll see if we get any surprise overtakes. It should be cool.
Daniel Wright sitting in P3. I'm going to be expecting him to try and maybe push a little bit and be aggressive off the start, get into that P1 and say, Nicholas, you need to know your place. And now we're seeing all the rest of the cars come on through. You see the Danny Rick car there that is being driven. Not by...
It's going to be a rolling start, or are they going to be...
Rolling start.
Okay.
So it's a rolling start here for endurance events and for most GT3 events. So they're coming through the final turn. We're going to see the green flag come on through, but the driver's going to be notified, get in formation. Do not cross the line. Make sure we're not speeding. And that is the question right there. Who is going to get caught speeding off the start, if anybody? And now here we go. Green, 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 green. And away we go here for the 4 hours of Nürburgring as Hoban. He's going to take the lead going into T1. And Bubba Jones, he's not far behind, but these guys are being very safe right off the bat. And now that's going to make it very, very nice. Very clean turn one from what I can tell. Now Hoban, he is going to try and go into T2. He's going to take a lead over Bubba Jones now in that Bentley, and he is not being able to stick on that bumper for long. But Dan, you're right. He didn't get a great start, in my opinion. Now he's going to lose a place on the inside to Cookie. Cookie, he's made up 2 positions so far.
Well done. Like to see that. That Audi's been putting it on. Ooh, we see some cones flying around. But yeah, the grid's pretty tight so far. There might be some overtakes happening that we don't even know about. Right now, Bray and the number 70 McLaren looking really nice, approaching the number 124. Oh, my game grid is just glitching up, but yeah, let's see who else is. Yeah, Hoban's actually got a pretty comfortable lead.
Yeah, Hoban's being able to push out almost a second over Hoban. And now Bubba Jones, he is just falling very far behind. But Cookie, he's going to be trying to make up some positions as he's sitting in P4 right now behind Ogden. Ogden being able to get a terrific start here, making up a position, sitting in the podium spot.
Yeah, and he's just extending his... it looks like he's extending his lead over Cookie. Oh, no, Cookie's sort of catching up. But Ogden's sort of losing Bubba Jones and Hoban for that matter. So we'll need to see if Ogden can improve on his times and make his way further up the order. Try to get the McLaren higher up the podium.
And now Cookie, has decreased that gap to just within a second now of Ogden, but it's going to be, this is the section of patience wins the race in sector 1, because going over that hill, it's the grip, there's no grip there. There's just absolutely no grip. It's hard to keep the tires going. You get a lot of understeer, so you got to be very slow and very cautious and patient. You can't fly through there. But looking through the rest of the field, now we're going to look at the Danny Ricciardo car as he is having a fight with Peter Schuster in the Aston Martin. So Righteous Fire, he is doing a great job here. He's defending off that position. He's making that Aston Martin just look down the eyes of Mr. Danny Ricciardo.
Just absolutely losing that Aston. But is he gonna catch up to Bray's McLaren? I think he's decreasing the interval slightly, but it is endurance. It's a grind. He's got plenty of time to improve his way up the order if he needs to.
Going through the rest. Thornton, he is now in P15 behind Vandervalk in the Mercedes. So Thornton definitely needing to get going here as well. The Mercedes, kind of a difficult car to drive on this track. So, and one thing we got to remind people that in ACC, it's about you have to, the driver who qualified has to start the race. So that is the biggest thing about these servers.
Getting
So-
closer and closer to that Lexus, just waiting for the right opportunity to overtake.
Going through the rest of the field now, Schuster, he has lost Righteous Fire coming down the straight. So good for Righteous Fire, but now he has to make up some positions. Craig, the time gap between Righteous Fire and Craig is going to be about 1.7 seconds. So that is something that Righteous Fire, these gaps can form up pretty early in an endurance race, and they'll close up very quickly. But we're seeing a nice train being formed up now behind Schuster, so be expecting some overtake action now. But Bubba Jones, he has completely lost Hoban now, and he's kind of a sitting duck. He's getting a little bit of that clean air, but nobody really behind him. The person behind him is going to be Ogden, Jonathan Ogden. He is, he's got no one around him either. So these guys driving a solo race, but Cookie having to fend off Daniel and GB8 with the XRL Nürburgring 4 Hours team. And this is going to be a tight battle here for the first stint, Bash. I don't know if you want to go anywhere.
Fortunately, yeah, no. As soon as it hits noon, I'm gonna have to clock out. But I will definitely be watching on stream, and I encourage everybody else to keep watching on stream because this is some of the tightest racing action I have seen on ACC. Phantom in the Bentley is just chasing Schuster in the Aston right now.
And looking over at that battle now, so that's JK Phantom in the Bentley. He is absolutely flying. He's already 4/10 up on his lap time, and he's going to try and get right on the bumper of this Lexus. Wasn't surprised to see of this Aston Martin. I don't know why I said Lexus. I saw Lexus come on screen. I was like, Lexus. But the Aston Martin, man, Schuster's kind of a sitting duck right now because he has the Bentley that's right behind him. They're quick, and they're going to be able to get past him here, especially on pit strategy. The fuel on these cars it's one of the best, I would say, mileage cars in the entire ACC game.
If the Bentleys have a smart pit strategy, they can go pretty far. Yeah, it'll be cool seeing Bubba Jones, especially, see if he can't get a chance for a win just by driving consistently and being smart in the pits. Tire management will be a factor, of course, to make the tires last as much as the fuel, but I'm guessing Bubba Jones knows that. Or Hope has been extremely fast because there's a 3-second gap.
Well, Dave Hassar, who had lost several positions off the start, has now got himself back up to P8. He went up the inside before the hairpin, and so now he is going to try and work himself up the field again. Like I said, he is somebody who is not afraid to take risk when it comes to racing, especially in ACC. He's one of the better racers, I think, in the club and probably in some other leagues as well. So he's definitely going to be pushing here. He's a 3-second gap that he has to make up, as well as to fend off Craig Bray, who makes up a position now. He's up to P9. And now Righteous Fire, he's going to go on the inside of somebody now. He's looking up the inside of the chicane, and he's going to get it done in the final turn. And there he goes. Nicely done. Righteous Fire with the Honey Badger livery makes himself known up into P10 now. But here comes a pass down the inside with Craig Bray in the T1 onto Dave Hassar. But Dave Hassar is going to fight right back, and he says, not today, son. You are not taking this position away. I'm going to make you work harder for that. But now the fight is still back on, coming down the hill off of turn 3.
Fantastic trading maneuvers. Both of these McLarens absolutely going at it. Bray trying to give Hassar a run for his money, and Hassar just absolutely not having it as he tries to increase the gap. Bray not that far behind, though, but Righteous Fire with the straight overtake, making that Porsche work, making the Honey Badger proud with that one.
Oh, that was an amazing overtake down the inside coming into the Mercedes arena. So he is going to just pull away here now with the Wrigley's big red wing. And Schuster, he is actually going to go take a move on to Craig Bray. Craig Bray, that one move that he tried to do on Dave has now cost him 3 positions.
That's why I say you can't be too drastic in these races, otherwise things might happen. Thankfully, it was just a couple positions, nothing more than that. Hopefully he can make that up, but Schuster's definitely going to have to keep his head down more and just take what he can.
Well, looking at Mike Des Rochers, he's going to be trying to battle Craig here very soon as well. Again, that Mercedes power down. I think this is the 2020 Mercedes that's actually being driven. So I can't tell the difference between the two. They're very hard to tell. But Craig Bray, he's going to have to fend off a couple more cars. Trying to get a move done and not being able to complete that move can really ruin quite a bit of momentum for your confidence. So Hussar now getting this clean air, and he's going to be able to make up this gap. He's 7 seconds down to Jackson, and that's the man he really has to fight. That's who he wants to get up to now. He's gunning for P7. I definitely know he wants to get a podium here.
It's a long way to go, but if his slowly just chip away at the times, I'm sure he can get up there. Anyways, it is 12 p.m. I am going to hand my seat off to whoever the next commentator is.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Bash, and we'll see you. I don't know if we'll see you this week for F1 or not. So, we'll talk to you soon.
Yep. Peace.
Hello, Fife.
Hello again, sir.
How we doing?
Not the greatest. We did miss a setting, unfortunately, so there are no stint timers now. We were trying to keep everyone on a level playing field here by telling people to drive 65-minute stints. We were going to force it, but now it's going to be up to these guys to decide their strategy. So we're going to stick to that strategy ourselves because that's how our pit stops have already been built out. But apologies, guys, we missed it. I don't think it's overall going to matter too much for the race, but I feel like I let you guys down.
It's all right. In iRacing, you kind of have to guesstimate on when you pit, basically. It's usually when fuel runs out, and if you want to do a driver swap, that's when you do the driver swap.
Yep, so we have been racing now. Do we have a counting up timer here or just a counting down? So the race was 4 hours. We've been racing all of 12 minutes now, so I'll probably stay with you for about a half an hour or so, maybe a little bit more, and then I'm going to go join my team and get ready for my stint, because as I said, we do plan to stick to the stint timer roughly. The tires are going to start to fall off after that point anyway, so I think you're going to see people start to pit around those same times. So,
well, we'll go across the field here. Craig Bray.
And I'll be right back.
Okay. He has lost a few positions now. He is in P11. Not the greatest thing for him as he tried to make a move on to Dave Hussar. And Dave Hussar taking advantage of that now, and he is increasing that gap to Righteous Fire, which is now 2 seconds, but he's not increasing the gap. Well, decreasing the gap to Jackson, who now has quite a lead over Dave Hussar. Looking at the front of the field, Nicholas Hoban, he is just in clean air right now with his team of Up North Vision Racing. They are having a great race right now. Bubba Jones, though, he is also in that clean air. He's on the chase down. So these guys going to just have, they're settled in at this point. But Cookie, Ogden, and Daniel Wright are the guys to be watching. This is the battle for P3. And
you know that Cookie is definitely going to be getting challenged by Daniel Wright and Ogden. I don't think he's going to be left alone for his entire stint. He's already feeling the pressure a bit. Oh, he gets the car a little unstable. Oh!
And Ogden, he's already made the move already. And now Ogden has gone past him. And here comes Daniel Wright. And Cookie's lost 2 positions now going into the final chicane. What's up?
Can you share your screen on Discord so that I'm not 15 seconds behind you on stream?
Yes, I already am.
Oh, okay, wonderful. Who is?
I am.
You are not. Is producer? Because producer's not in here.
Give me 1 second.
Sure.
We're gonna have
Sorry about that stream. I'm watching Twitch, which puts me a bit behind Evie. So if he can just stream this to Discord, I will pretty much be We have just transitioned. Why are we back on the starting soon screen?
Because I had the screen
Oh,
share.
okay, I gotcha, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, and now I can see with much better clarity where we are. But I don't feel like I'm so far behind on your calls.
All right, here we go back into it. Cookie now down into P5. Jonathan Ogden, who's looking very fast in this McLaren. He's putting up 156. Was his last lap. His best lap so far has been a 155. Not sure what his best lap was so far in the race session. That is from their quali session. No,
Who
that's
are you looking? I can take a look at pit wall and tell you his best lap time so far.
Jonathan Ogden. And then Daniel Wright, who's chasing right down behind him in the McLaren as well. It's going to be a race for this P3 spot for sure. That last podium spot is not going to go away. There's about 4 cars who want that spot, including Pfeiffer's team. And
Want that spot bad.
They want it bad, but GB8 might be joining the battle very soon.
And that is an amazing livery.
It is. It's very colorful, very shiny. I'm a shiny person, so.
I think I'm getting vertigo.
Oh no,
Ooh,
somebody's
little uneven
off.
through the chicane.
Who went off?
I didn't see anyone go off. I saw some smoke come up through the chicane there because GB did go a little wide and kicked up a cloud of smoke, but I believe that's what you were seeing.
No, that was Ogden. Ogden went off in the chicane.
Oh, well, he doesn't seem to have lost too much time.
No, but he did
He's
lose
still in
some
6th
positions.
place.
So he loses that 3rd position. Daniel Wright saying, thank you very much. I'll take that for free. And now it's a race again between Cookie and Daniel Wright. So, but going throughout the field, Craig Bay, he is in this battle for P10 right now. It's a huge battle between Righteous Fire, Schuster, Craig Bay, and Joel Vandervilk. Righteous Fire sitting in P8 right now. Definitely a huge. This is something that we were hoping to see now as we're seeing Schuster. He's not being able to get right on the back of Righteous Fire, so he is having to storm away because he knows he can be a little bit faster now. But Bray, he gets a little loose coming down the straight. Almost gets rear-ended by Vandervilk.
That is a great view you got going there behind Craig Bray. I love that chase cam. Love seeing these cars. I use this one in Formula E quite a bit. I love seeing the battles take place from the rear of the McLaren here.
And now, Fife. The preparation obviously huge. Cookie's your teammate sitting in P4, but the rest of these guys, this is a huge battle. Cookie's having to fend off Daniel Wright and some very fast people, but look at the rest of this field. It's a battle to try and even work up the field.
Look at 9, 8, 9, 10, 11. They're all very close together here. Not too huge gaps. I mean, the field is really staying together. We got GK Phantom. I'm not sure what team he was with. I need to pull up my team list here, but they seem to have dropped down a bit. And Exia from the BRL Racing team, quite a big gap back to him as well. So unfortunately, those guys will be looking to make up some time as this race progresses. As we keep saying, it's a long race, plenty of time. Don't get angry. Don't drive with the red mist, and just stick it out.
Well, Righteous Fire has been able to somewhat be consistent with this gap, but it's only a half a second to Schuster, so he has to be quite cautious of this. And now in the T1, that's a very nice job by Righteous Fire to defend that inside line. And T1, I'm surprised that we haven't seen any T1 madness, but I'm going to work my way back down this field because there's a battle, a 3-way battle for P12 right now between Mike Desrochers, Thornton, and Dixonhurst.
DeRoja.
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 DeRoja. Okay. Thank you.
I believe that is French.
French. Interesting. But Johnny Ashley right now is ahead of these 3 actually, moving up from P14 all the way up to P12. So we'll get that update as soon as they cross the start-finish line. So But the group in front of them are also battling, which is slowing them down a bit. So these guys wouldn't surprise me if they get into the mix very shortly.
Now, don't forget, you do have a replay button.
Yes,
the
but there's no way of
broadcast,
going
yes.
back forward.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I was not aware of that. That's gotta be, huh? Weird. Well, we'll figure that out. I've seen it done, so we'll figure that out. We've figured out enough stuff for this stream. The scrolling leaderboards, the liveries for the commentators. So it was already plenty to figure out. Just look at this gap back to second place here. Nicholas Hubin really loading it on, man. Just piling on. 7-second gap ready. Bubba's got a 15-second gap ahead of Daniel Wright. And now Cookie seems to have dropped back a few places. Must have gotten loose because he's now lost about 4 or 5 seconds to P4, and he was right there a moment ago.
3 hours and 40 minutes to go here at the Nürburgring. I wonder how many people are already sick and tired of putting laps onto this track.
I'm pretty tired of it. I'm looking forward to getting off this. I have the season to consider. Start practicing some of the first couple of tracks for our upcoming Season 4 ACC GT3 series. Be nice to drive someplace else.
Bubba Jones in the We Like Big Girls car, sending P2, has a nice gap from the rest of the pack, and that is something I think can really help his race here, especially in that Bentley. The only attention he needs right now is to put it on Nicholas Hobin. So hopefully, pit strategy hopefully is coming into play here as Daniel Wright increases his gap over GB8 and John Ogden. So those guys they're falling behind a little bit, and now John Ogden, I think, yeah, he's still having his battle with your teammate Cookie, with your teammate Fife, and Cookie, he's gonna try and get right up on the bumper now, and he's gonna go down the inside. Can he get
At
there?
the Schumacher S's? Oh boy, this is they made contact. Oh my God,
Oh,
I was
no.
worried about that.
That was
Looks
at
like
the
they both
chicane.
survived. That is a scary place to go side by side. Personally, would not do it there. But it looks like they are no worse for the wear. The gap seems to have stayed the same, so scary moments, but they're both handling the cars very well right now.
Indeed.
That's what you just call a full yeet.
A full yeet. Yeah, that was I would not recommend doing that into the chicane. Or is that what they call the Schumacher S's?
No, the chicane at the final turn there, that's the chicane. The Schumacher S is just referred to as an S, but it sure certainly feels like a chicane sometimes. Just a bit longer,
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it seems we have lost the team again, trying to get their name here because they were unable to stay connected. Yes, the Diesel Duds aren't able to stay connected today, so bad luck for those guys. Very unfortunate. Sorry about that, guys.
And that's a part of sim racing, sadly, is keeping the connection.
Wonder how they're going to handle that in the GT World Series, which now has points for sim races available because Fanatec is a sponsor.
Well, don't forget today at 2 o'clock, GT World's at Sonoma. Or as one of our mods, Van, would like to call it Sonoma.
Sonoma. Believe they just raced their F4s at Sonoma last week. I'm watching
Hold on,
Team Honey
replay.
Badger here.
I'm reading in chat. What was that? To find incident point of interest. After that, you can go as forward as where you started watching the
Nah, I
replay.
don't think that applies to what we were talking about. We're talking about the replay feature in the Broadcast SDK software.
I know what he's talking about.
Do you? Well, you're already more familiar with this piece of software than I am. We are still riding along here with the Honey Badgers as they make their way through the final chicane into the final turn. See here, Schuster closing up just a bit on Righteous Fire. And down the straight they go. So, yeah, Nicholas Hubin in first place. Bubba Jones, 8 seconds back of him in second place. Daniel Wright, 16 seconds back of Bubba. And GB, 8. 5 seconds back of him. Ogden 4 seconds back of him, and my teammate Cookie now 1 second back of Ogden to round out your top 6. Oh no,
Yeah.
Cookie's got a drive-through.
Oh no, that is going to be 4 track limits, and that is definitely something you. Yeah.
Oh no, that's no good for us. That hurts. Oh boy. Long race, guys. Long race. 35 minutes until my stint. Looks like I'm going to be battling in the back a bit.
It's all right. Remember, pit strategy can come into play here, especially for
Speaking
For
of
an
which, I'm
endurance
going
race.
to be right back.
All right, sounds good. As we're watching Thornton now having to defend against this team, against Dixonhurst right now. And he is just battling. He's just defending as Team Panzer. And now it's just a 3-way battle. Craig Bray, he has fallen farther back down the field.
Gregory
He is.
Bay.
Is it Bay or Bray?
It's Bray, but I just like the way that sounded. It looks like we're going to stick to our pit strategy here. Obviously, no reason to change it up. Cookie's going to serve his drive-through and just keep going.
Yeah, you can make up that time that way. I know he's probably one of the, he's one of the guys that can definitely go through this pack, especially with how difficult it has been to drive through here. Craig Bray, as we mentioned, he was in P7 at one point, and now he's down to P13, and this is all based on a move that he tried to put on Dave Hassar.
Did himself dirty on that one.
Yeah, did himself dirty. And now, Fife, Righteous Fire in P8 right now in the Danny Ricciardo livery. Pretty good job so far. They're up to P8.
Yeah, they have a great start. Settled right down, got into their rhythm, and they're definitely capable of putting in a result, I think, today. These guys are all decent drivers. They're all very familiar with the Porsche as well. Every one of these guys is a Porsche driver full-time during the season. So sticking with what they know, and it's paying off for them right now.
See, I'm surprised not to see any Porsches go off the track, considering what this car is like on this track.
I have never touched the Porsche.
Oh, you're a Lexus Audi guy.
Yes, I am, and I do really like the Ferrari and the McLaren.
Ferrari's really nice, especially if you can throw it in the corners. That's when it gets real fun, especially at
The
Bathurst.
Lexus can be whipped into the corners, man.
And now we're seeing Schuster. He tried to make a move on the inside of the final chicane now, but it's not going to happen as Righteous Fire just shuts the door.
And here you see Cookie. He's in the pits now, coming through, serving his drive-through, so it'll be interesting to see where we come out. I'm trying to do some quick maths, but that's not my strong suit. Here he comes. Here comes the pack. There's Cookie. It will not update, I don't think, until we cross the line on the next lap.
Nope, it's updated. So he's
Is it?
already crossed. He's already done his drive-through, so drive-through cleared, and he's on his way again.
Still in P6, though, on the leaderboard.
Yeah,
And I
because
don't
he
feel like
crossed the
that's
line
correct.
in P6.
Yeah, it's going to be next lap where we see where he ended up. I'm
Yeah.
not really sure. Does Pitwall tell us where he has ended up?
Uh,
Nope, they have him in 6th as well.
Look into up north Engines Bay. Okay, which
That would be Hubin, but I don't know how you're going to look into the engine bay. I don't know how to get free camera. Be interesting to see what they stuck in there. And Cookie is now all the way down in 15th position.
oh, it
That
says
is a
UNB.
UNP.
15. Yeah. UNV up North Vision. Is that what you were talking about, sir? But as we're going through here, I'm just clicking through all the drivers throughout the field now. As we said, Cookie has fallen down to P15.
He'll be making up some positions very quickly, I hope. He's
Yes.
already got Dixonhurst in his eyes there. Craig Bray
He's
right
already
there as well.
Well,
Oh,
he's
he already
already
went by
passed
Craig.
Craig. He's
Yeah,
already
unbelievable.
passed
It took a
Craig, and
second.
we're going to keep our eyes on him right now because Dixonhurst is in front of him, in front of Cookie, and we got to just see what happens here now. Cookie, he's getting that slipstream coming down the straight, and it is you can gain a lot of speed, especially from this distance if you get right, kind of just in a decent position. And now Cookie is going to break late coming into turn 1, but he's just going to stay where he's at. He's gonna just wait patiently as we go through these next 2 turns, and there's just absolutely no grip up here, so you're gonna get major understeer as Dixonhurst goes a little wide. So does Cookie, trying to follow him, trying to potentially look for a move down the inside in the
I
Mercedes.
find this track to be particularly hard to pass at. I feel like every time I want to make a pass, it's time to turn or time to break again.
Well, especially if you defend the inside, but Cookie he's somebody who's aggressive. He is going to try and win this race. And now we're going to take a look at Dixonhurst's point of view as he is really battling hard. We'll take a look at Cookie's point of view as well. And he sees Thornton. He sees these 2 orange cars in front of him, and he wants to just go fast. And now Dixonhurst is going to go a little wide. This is an opportunity now for Cookie, but it's not going to be enough at this point. Going through the hairpin.
Not here again. Not here again.
Don't do it, Cookie. Okay, he lifts a little bit, has to go up on the curb. And now
Nope,
he's
that's
going to
gonna
lose
spin him.
it. And he goes into the wall. And now that is going to be major
I have to go.
damage. You, sir, have fun. Oh, no. That is an absolute dagger to the hearts of these guys.
Back, I got to take the car.
And that is going to be a box for Cookie and this Audi Yeet squad. Oh, this race has gone terrible. Has gone from bad to terrible for them. Not worse yet. They're not in a bad position still. Plenty of time. But now we're going to head over to Daniel Wright, who is sitting in P3 right now. He's been able to get past David Wright. He is sitting in Daniel Wright. He's sitting in that P3 now. He's very comfortable. He has a lot of open air now because of what happened to Cookie now. And so now the top 4, they're pretty lonely. They're looking for some racing. Ogden, he is down farther away, and the only person right now who's trying to make up a little more time is this group. But now we're seeing a battle. Now Schuster, he's going to go by now. Righteous Fire coming down. What a pass there by Schuster. Now he's going to try and escape this Danny Ricciardo car and a McLaren lookalike Lexus. Excuse me, everybody. I apologize, but now that Danny Ricciardo car has fallen farther back away from Peter Schuster, and this group that has just been battling and battling and battling. Is now somewhat getting spread apart, but going into the final turn now, and here comes Vandervalk trying to make a move around the outside, but not able to find the grip. And now that's going to give an opportunity for Schuster here to get away. And now the fight is still on, though, for Righteous Fire. What a great job there by Schuster. Take advantage when he can. But Righteous Fire, he's going to be later on the brakes in the turn 1. So that's going to get him up closer to Peter Schuster. And now we're still going to look at the back for this battle between Thornton and Dixonhurst. And Dixonhurst, he's going to get past Thornton now on the outside coming into turn 2. And they're still going to go wheel to wheel coming into turn 3. They got to be careful. Can they be cautious? Thornton's going to get right on the bump, and they bump. What was that? And now it's a battle. And Craig Bray, he's going to get on this battle as well, and he's going to get the overtake. Looking to get the overtake done down the inside as they go through. But no! Thornton goes wide, and Craig Bray takes advantage. And he's going to make up at least one position onto Dixonhurst. And now Thornton's going to have to just go, drive away as fast as he can. Because Bray is just right on top of him. And here comes Craig Bray. He goes down the inside. Does he get it done? He does. And he steals another position away, moving himself up to P12. What a move by him. And now Thornton, he's trying to fight back on the Craig coming through the Mercedes ring. Oh, excuse me, they're coming downhill and coming up to the final chicane. And he's just have to battle here against these guys. And this is where the real action is really happening. It's down here in the back of the pack. But Craig Bray being able to capitalize. But here comes GK Phantom. He's been able to catch up to this group as they're battling, making this a 4-car battle against everybody. 4P12, but Craig, he is going to get a little more speed coming down this straight as the gaps come on through. It just makes Craig, he's going to feel a little more comfortable as we head back to this battle now, as Righteous Fire is having to battle against so many people so far in the race. Righteous Fire, he's trying to go to war against Peter Schuster, who is sitting in P7. So the battle is on, but now Schuster, he tries to go on the inside, and he bumps Schuster out of the way, just completely just destroys him. Oh, boy, that is not going to end well. I think that is definitely going to get reported, and that sent Peter Schuster to lose 2 positions now. Righteous Fire goes ahead and takes P1. Sometimes you got to be a little aggressive when you want to get a position, though. Dave Hazar being just, I think he's liking this race so far. Nobody to really go wheel to wheel with, just needs to relax. But now Vandervalk, he's going to be looking to try and make a move onto Righteous Fire going into the final chicane. Gets the downshifts right. A little bumpy going in, but smooth coming out. But Righteous takes advantage and gets a little bit of time back. And now Vandervalk goes wide. And now here comes Schuster. He's going to try and go make a move up in the inside. Does he get it done? He does. And now he steals 1 position back. Of the 2 he really needs to make up here.
Hey there.
Hello, Cookie.
Hey.
How are you doing?
Really, I don't know. I was much more stressed than I should have been in that first stint.
Well, the car is back out there. See, Pfeiffer is back in that car. Quite the accident, though, trying to catch up after that drive-through.
Yeah, so basically what happened is I was following really closely, and I'm usually very confident in the Schumacher S's, but I was following very closely, and I did not see that I was going to hit the sand. It took me by surprise, and I was not able to catch it. But although, to be fair, I was a little bit overdriving the car even before that, so that is totally my bad. I'm not in the state of mind to actually have a good stint, so hopefully I'll be able to calm myself down and do a very good last stint for them.
Well, relax, enjoy the next couple of hours here while before you get back in. And I gotta ask you, what's been surprising about this race so far?
The start. I did not expect to do that good on start. I did a pretty decent quali. I still had a good half a second of pace in me, but was a little bit stressed, I guess. This is first endurance race I ever do, first driver swap race I ever do, and yeah, let's just say I was not mentally prepared for that. But my P5 was actually pretty good. I did not expect to do. I was expecting something like 8 or 9, so that was pretty good. And, and then that overtake on I think it was turn 3. Daniel Wright definitely left some pace on there, and I was able to just get in there and overtake, so that was amazing. I was P3 for a while, and then well, basically that's when it hit me. I was like, oh shit, I'm P3, I must not fuck this up. And obviously the first thing I did is start doing all the mistakes in the game.
Well, we're riding on board now with Jonathan Ogden, who is having a fight now for P4 with JB. And this is quite the battle now. We saw Jonathan Ogden. He tried to go for the move on the inside, but couldn't quite get it done. He got bumped out of the way, but now he's just going to get right on the back through the Schumacher S's of Jonathan Ogden. And they're going to come through the back straight here. And this is where you can make up all that time and all that speed. And hopefully Jonathan Ogden can find some sort of move here going before the chicane.
Looks like it's going for it. He looked at it, but he decided it was better not to.
Better not to ruin your race now than on the final lap. But now he's going to try. He tried to go down the inside and braked a little bit later than I think JB did. Yeah. So now and he's lost a little bit of time because of the harder brake. Jonathan Ogden in that McLaren, you were battling with him. How fun was that?
Well, it was really fun, and we got to the chicane at the end, and I was basically side by side with him. We braked at the same time, so we both were not able to. Well, I was barely able to make the chicane, but he.
Oh, and he goes on the inside, and he makes the move possible. JB getting a little bit loose coming down the hill of the Mercedes arena. And that was quite the move. Jonathan Ogden fighting the very little grip that's there and being able to get there.
Yeah, he got a really nice turn 1 and was able to get the run on him, and then just got on the inside and basically that turn is, you don't brake in that turn. So if you got the inside, you pretty much dictate the line, and the guy on the outside simply cannot follow you, because the only line that will be fast is that one line where you just coast. And yeah, and that just gives the position almost for free to Ogden, because he was able to position himself well in the previous turn.
Well, continuing on here, Peter Schuster is still ahead of Righteous Fire. And Schuster, he's kind of just trying to run away with this, but you got to wonder, can Righteous Fire actually fend off Vandervolk? Vandervolk, he's been pretty racy today, but Righteous Fire and hopefully has prayed to the gods of Danny Ricciardo to give him that strength.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very surprised at how close the field is. I'm guessing that everyone put their best driver as their first drivers, but it's pretty tight. And even that when I got that drive-through, I lost so many positions. I was absolutely not expecting that. It's really, really tight field, and it's really fun to see all those battles happening the whole time.
And this is a hard track to pass on. I mean, if you can find an opportunity to pass on this track, the better, honestly. So, and we have our scrolling leaderboard once again approved by a grid finder. So, for this event, and top of the leaderboard right now, Nicholas Hobin. He getting P1, qualifying on pole, was a huge confidence booster for him in this race, and he's been very fast as we are looking at De Rocha. I'm Cookie.
What's up?
Look at number P10. Mike, how do you
Yep.
say his last name?
Desrochers.
Deroshi.
Yes, Desrochers.
Oh. Okay.
So S is mute. Basically, DES is a single word in French, but since the words are together, so it's a thing that we do with last names where you combine de, du. It's like basically when you have an English name that like a really olden name that would be like of person of and then a place or something, and in this case is rocher is rocks, so des rochers is of the rocks, and it probably meant something at the time the name was made up, but now it's just a common name, common last name.
Well, let's take a look at your teammate, Mr. Pfeiffer. He is quite a bit back. You guys are down a lap or yet, or no?
We are not lapped, I believe. I cannot see the... I'm gonna try to see the times. Yeah, we are not lapped. We are actually 21 laps, and then there's already a bunch of people lapped. Yeah, so I really did put the team in a bad position. So we are 2 laps down, and we are... I think we're closing in on Thornton, though.
Where is Thornton right now? Thornton in P17. He's coming down to the hairpin, actually.
Yeah, so we're closing in on Thornton as well.
Dixon Hurst is the man who is now in P17. Thornton finally just finding a gap and getting away from him. But that's also because Thornton sent him off, I think.
I'm trying to look for action now. It's like De Rocher is getting back to be close to Van der Valk. Oh, we just had Thornton go off the track, and Dixon Hurst is about to overtake him. And he's in the inside. Yeah, De Rocher is... Thornton is all over the place. He's sliding off the track, and he just lost the position to Dixon Hurst.
Well, that is definitely going to mess with Thornton's confidence right now, especially in that Mercedes. He's going to have to drive a little bit faster than that for sure, and and just be consistent. And this is one of those races that you have to be ultra consistent. Consistency wins these races.
Yeah, for sure. Well, for sure, De Rocher is being really consistent right now, and he's getting really close to Van der Valk. He's 0.5 behind him. Lost a little bit. Oh, he had some oversteer just before the straight, so he's going to have to wait a lap. But he was about to get a really good launch. He's probably just pushing too really hard, and the oversteer really got to him right now.
Looking at the rear wing view of these cars, Van der Valk going through the Mercedes arena. This is where you got to be super patient as well, as he's doing a nice job going through the bottom of the hill and comes and gonna go down the straight, and Cookie, this track is a favorite obviously for a lot of people.
Yeah. Nürburgring really is a track that has everything for going for it. It has really good corners that are really technical in Sector 1. So you have that left-hander turn 2, which is like, it looks deceptively simple, but the thing is, it's kind of like the S's in Suzuka, where you really have to make sure that you keep all the momentum the car has, and if you try to accelerate or decelerate, you will just lose so much time in that corner. And after that, you have turn 3, which is the next left-hander, combined with turn 4, which is really technical. And there's the curb on the inside is so big But if you do manage to take that curb, you're making your line so much better for the small straight that goes after, and a ton of time can be found there. So almost every corner, like the hairpin combined with the next corner and all that series of corners together, is where you can easily do one small mistake and lose half a second to full second of time just for one small mistake, because you got to really chain them all together. So that really technical aspect of it is a huge factor in why people would like the track. But then it's not just that, it's also that the track has so much variety in its turns. Like you have the Schumacher S's, which is a like you can barely. It's kind of it's a little bit like Eau Rouge Radeon in its character, but obviously it's not the same. You go left, right. You still have the big elevation change, and it's really challenging to get that right with huge penalties for mistakes. So it's very rewarding when you get it right. And but as an overall, it's just that the track has a really good flow. Like when you go from one corner to the next, and like the straights are not just boring straights. There's good elevation change, like dual apex corners. It's just really a really like polyvalent track. It's really good.
Well, we're seeing Craig Bray. He was able to get the overtake done on to Johnny Ashley, but he gets a little wide, and now he loses the position in the hairpin. And all that work that he did to get past Johnny Ashley just completely gone.
Yep, it's basically like half the corners on this track are like this, where a mistake is really costly. And when you're racing for a position, obviously, it's pretty easy to actually take advantage of other people's mistakes. And like for example, on the corner that Craig's, if you're still on him, just went through just before the last straight. If you even just put half your wheel on the on the sand, you will lose a tenth or two down the straight. So someone who's behind you, who did the corner normally, will be able to overtake you very easily, at least be next to you in just before the chicane, but very likely just going to be ahead of you, and you're going to have to cede the position.
And now we're seeing a battle between Righteous Fire and Vander Valk. The battle is back on, going into the Mercedes arena. Vander Valk, he is just getting right onto the bumper of Righteous Fire, but now he's lost a little bit of time coming out of the exit there into the straight, and that's going to hurt your time and your chances of getting a move done early right out the window. And now Righteous Fire, he's just going to have to speed away and try and just hold on to this position. He's in P8 right now. We're going to start seeing pit stops coming up here in the next maybe 7 minutes, 7 to 10 minutes. So that is that's when about the stint timer would technically be going off. So wouldn't surprise me if guys start just hopping into the pits, refueling, switching drivers depending on your team.
Yep. Though some people did pit already, so they're going to be going a little bit longer. And that's where we're going to see, like, one of the reasons we're 2 laps down is because we did a pit, and that will take, well, we had to change the tires, and I had also a little bit of damage after hitting the sand on the Schumacher S's. So we're going to see, at least we're going to get those positions back now, because we're also not planning on doing an extra stint. We're still going to be doing only 3 pit stops, and that will allow us to gain back the time that we lost here. So in reality, we only lost about 30 seconds with that incident. Well, other than also I had to do an extra lap since Pfeiffer wasn't ready to take over. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what when people start pitting, if they try to pit to gain a little bit of fresh air. But right now it looks like Vander Valk is all over the butt of Righteous Fire.
Yes, sir, indeed he is. Van der Valk having to just try and push everything he has out of this car to try and get on the back of Righteous Fire and maybe make a move as they come down to the hairpin. Move's not on right now, but he can maybe look for something on the final straight and coming down the start-finish straight. So here they go, coming up into the Schumacher S's now. Very nice.
Oh, looks like we just had a spin from T. Ferber 722. And it's going really slow, letting people by. Just let the lapping car by.
Who is this?
P17 Ferber. It's going through the Schumacher S's right now, and we are 3.5 seconds behind him.
Okay. Well, Van der Valk, he is just getting right onto the bumper now, going into the final turn of Righteous Fire, and this time he looks like he got a much better exit and can keep up with Righteous Fire. Now the move is on, going into turn 1. Righteous Fire is going to have to defend for his life. Does he get it done? He does!
Oh, we still got the inside line. Righteous Fire was able to keep the inside line, so that's where you're going to get the advantage.
And
Look
now,
at that.
right, yes, Righteous Fire having that inside line advantage going into the Mercedes arena now. But Joel van der Valk, he's not afraid to fight back, and now he's sticking right with the Danny Rick car. And Cookie, we're seeing a great battle here for P8.
Yep, I'm watching it as well. It's very interesting seeing Van der Valk trying the moves, and the inside of the hairpin is a very obvious place to try, but if you don't manage to get the move done and like get a full car ahead of the person you're trying to pass, that's what it's going to happen. There's 2 left turns in the road right after the hairpin, so if you don't get it done, they're just going to get it back. There's almost nothing you can do about it. If you're side by side, the inside line is just so much better. So just like that, Righteous Fire was able to keep the position, and Van der Valk's going to have to try again, either get that move done better or find a different strategy, a different place on the track to pass.
Righteous Fire doing a great job defending now against Van der Valk, and that is exactly what he has to do to keep that position, considering that he's 4 seconds back now to Schuster, who he was once battling with in this race. And now they're going to the final turn. Righteous Fire finding, I think, a little bit better grip that time on the exit. But that's not going to stop Van der Valk potentially looking for a move here down the inside.
Delush is going inside. Oh no, never mind. I'm sorry, that was Huben overtaking. I thought Delush was actually passing someone. Wow, yeah, Huben is like almost... Okay, so yeah, the interesting blue flags are starting now. So you have Huben coming up to his 2.5 seconds behind Van der Valk. So eventually, when Huben tries to pass, Van der Valk is going to have to do a slight lift, or like depends where the pass happens. But definitely that's going to like make him put the battle on pause for a little bit, for a few corners. But then Huben will get to Righteous Fire, and then it's going to be his turn to let him pass. And when that happens, depending on Van der Valk and Righteous Fire, we're going to have to see like who has the better skills to let the blue flags by. It's 1.4 seconds behind now. It's any time. Just got to keep our eyes on Van der Valk.
Van der Valk right on the rear end again of Righteous Fire, but Nicholas Holden catching up. He's getting that slipstream. He is a speedy boy, though.
Yep. interestingly enough, like we are used in this league, Andrew Warden was pretty much one of the fastest drivers we have, but Huben was a full second ahead. Oh, and it looks like Huben does not want to have to deal with those blue flags. He's just going to go in at exactly the hour and do his stint change for Olsen, I believe, is the second driver of this team.
Well, Cookie, this is your first time in the broadcast booth. Congratulations. So, and I need to step up. I got to stand up real quick. It's when you sit here for long periods of time makes it interesting. I'm going to set this to auto camera just so you know.
Okay. All right. Let me do the equivalent on my side so I can see what you're seeing. Well, what the people are seeing, and I will fill the seat while you are gone.
Perfect. Just so you know, I turned everything up so it.
Just got to start the broadcasting client. Hopefully I don't crash my own game.
But give me a second here. I gotta switch all this.
Wrong connection password. Did I not set that up properly? Oh.
Now Bubba Jones, he's going to be the leader of this race, though. Nicholas Holden did pit for, looks like, fuel and tires. And they are going to go, and they're still in the pit lane, actually. So I think they're doing a driver swap as well. But here comes Bubba Jones now in P1. Daniel Wright taking P2 of this race. And we'll be right back. Well, I'll be right back.
All right.
So
did you leave all the sliders at 100% for the autocam?
Yes.
All right.
So right now we're on Bubba Jones. So.
Oh, you are? Okay. So it's wrong for me then.
There we go. Now it's on Kimball.
Interesting. Yeah, it's absolutely not doing the same thing for me. Well,
I'm just so you know, I am live streaming in Discord. So.
Oh, you are? Okay, I will look at that instead then.
Okay.
That's cool. All right. Good. So we have Greshner coming out of the pit with Senator. So that's new drivers for those teams. Were they fighting before? So we have 3 hours left, 3 minutes in, and we already have a few people who have pitted. Kimball was finally able to get the position back from Ferber now. So Ferber is back in last position, but he still has not pitted as well because they have not switched drivers. So that means he's going to be losing even more time. So I've probably been off track a little bit much. We don't really have any close battle right now. Well, good thing you're not seeing my screen, you're seeing this one. Oh, we have a fight here. Dixon Hurst is about to overtake Brown. Brown is on the right side here. Camera is not really well for that, but Brown is able to break back. Or is this an overtake? It looks like the delta is... We're not really seeing the numbers of the cars. Hopefully I got the right people here. So we have Bubba Jones, who is currently pitting. So he's going to lose the advantage he currently has, and it will be... where is that team? Oh no, Huben is still driving. Is Huben doing a second stint? So it's very possible that Huben in the Audi is going to be doing a second stint now. And that would actually make sense because there are only 2 drivers in this team. He's now on the chase. He is... Oh no, that's behind Kogan. So he's... it is a blue flag. So Kogan is going to be giving the position here. And Bubba Jones have now switched drivers, and it's Waffle Smacks who is in the seat, and they are back behind Huben, I believe. Yeah, Huben is in this corner, and Waffle Smacks and Team Bubba just got out of the pits. So yeah, they are in second position. It looks like the scoreboard. Yeah, there you go. It just updated. Huben is back in the lead. We have Daniel Wright in the pits, apparently. And we will see who the next driver will be for this car. McLaren being a really good car around this track, actually. It looks like it's doing very good lap times. And 3 of them being in the top 10 is actually testament to that. My absolute favorite thing about the McLaren, however, is the sound. It sounds so mean. So was that Dixon Hurst and Asylum Blitz? That's a very good fight that's going on. We're just about to get to the double apex hairpin, kind of. And yeah, that's a very hard, tricky corner to overtake in because you are trail braking really deep into the corner. So it's not the optimal place to be able to overtake. Asylum was able to get the run in the straight just there, but then Dixon Hurst just does much better Schumacher S's, and he's back right on the tail, and they're following each other. This is a really tight corner, and it's looking like Dixon might be able to overtake him on the straight here. He's going to get the I was going to say DRS. This is not Formula One. He's going to get the slipstream. He's going to be able to follow, gain all that time. And if he is brave on the brakes, he could go look on the inside. Looks like he's going to be safe here, and he's going to wait for the next straight. But you look at this, he's right on the tail, and he's just getting ready, looking on the inside, thinking about it, but again, just waiting for the straight. And now there you go. Aslan goes wide and gets really poor exit. He even touches the sand. That's going to cost him a lot of time on the straight. But even with the slipstream, it looks like Dixon wasn't able to get the good exit, and now he's going to try to outbrake him. He is not on the he's on the inside line. Aslan leaves the space, and it looks like he is now ahead. Now is the left-hander, and yeah, he was able to get ahead just in time to not have to give the best line to Aslan, and this is it. The move has been done, and Dixon is now in position 13, and he's going to be able to start chasing Brown in the Bentley. And one Bentley after the other is just going to... He's done this before, he can do it again. Just going to push. And make sure you don't make any mistakes, because it's very costly on the track. Looks like we have Muller and Reynolds are right next to each other, so let's hope that the autocam will catch that up. I'm having a little bit of lag. I don't know if you have the same thing on your side, guys. But yeah, Reynolds, there you go, Reynolds and Van der Valk. Van der Valk somehow got into P3, so that means all the people in front of him pitted. And there you go, Reynolds, they're side by side. They're going to get to the Schumacher S's. Let's see who has the bigger balls. It looks like it is Reynolds. And Van der Valk gives the position. He's just not going to fight this. And this is moved on from Reynolds. He is now in P3, but having not pitted. So we're going to have to see where he gets in the position in the standings once he does the driver swap.
Well, I am back, Cookie, and thank you. And seeing Reynolds in the car, that's great. He is very fast. He was one of the faster Mercedes in the ACC Sprint, so great to see him racing here today.
So we had a couple of good battles while you were gone. Dixon Hurst was able to overtake SLM Blitz, and now he's just trying to chase down the next Bentley. So
Well,
he's done this before. He'll be able to do it again for sure. And
Well-
Reynolds, who you just saw, overtook Van der Valk, and Van der Valk, as a response, went into the pits.
all right. Well, now there is a battle here. I can't tell where it's at though.
Jaggers and Greshner, I believe. The Autocam has been pretty good at picking up the battles.
Here we go. That's Louis Greshner, Formula E driver and Road to Glory driver in Aceta Corsa mods. Here driving an ACC is his first endurance event in the Danny Rick car, so he's having fun. I think he was pretty nervous coming into this race as he's coming up to the final chicane now, and let's see if he takes this pretty well. He does. Gets a little unstable with the Porsche, but that's kind of expected going through that chicane.
Well, it's pretty much with every car, really, because if you want to do that chicane fast, you have to put all the weight of your car on the outside wheels for each turn. So you're turning left first and putting all the weight on your right wheels, and that allows your left wheels to go over the really aggressive curves that the chicane has. But then, because it's so tight, you have to really quickly shift all the weight of the car on the other, but you have to do it smoothly at the same time. So it's really tricky, and it's always going to look like the car is being unsettled, but really, even when bumps, your car is pretty much straight. So it looks dangerous, and well, I guess it is if you were in real life. But it's actually how you take that corner.
Well, Lewis finding a little bit of a gap now. He's in P9 in that Porsche. Excuse me, P8. Excuse me, now that it's updated. And let's see, who else? Now Santori up into P7 now. He was somebody who was having a battle there with the Danny Rick car for quite a while, getting ahead of him in the pits, it looks like. And then our boy Tommy Cogan in the McLaren. He is having the kind of a nice clean race right now. And
I smell a little bit of favoritism here.
Tommy Cogan, I know a lot of people. A lot of people like him. He's a good guy in the club. So a lot of people are, I know, cheering for him today.
I haven't taken a look at the Twitch chat. I'm gonna go here, go see what's happening there.
Now there's a three-way battle ahead of Tommy Cogan here, at least that I was seeing. I can't tell who it was.
Three-way battle with Kogan at the beginning of the race, you mean?
No, it was in front of him. I think it was some lap cars.
I see. Well, it looks like we have Brown who's trying to overtake Vans right now.
There we go. Well, Brown has overtaken Van.
Yep, has moved on, and Jaggers is back on Greshner's tail.
Well, once
And
again, that
Vans
Mercedes.
catching up real fast.
Yes,
no,
and
that's not Vans, that's Brown.
Jaegers is very quick in this Mercedes with that Mercedes power. Ooh, almost gets into the back of him, into the hairpin, but luckily those brakes holding on tight as we go through the Schumacher S's here. And this is probably one of the better sections of the course, wouldn't you agree?
Oh yeah, it's like one of the more fun ones. But if you're trying to overtake, you just can't wait for it to finish.
Patience,
like we have
Cookie,
some
patience.
blue flags. Yeah. But yeah, so in the double apex hairpin where Jaggers almost rear-ended Greshner, the thing is, I don't know if you've noticed, but Jaggers went into the outside line when he saw that he was going to hit him. He went on the outside line. Well, it was close. I don't know if he would have hit him, but going on the outside line like that is the safe option to do. You obviously don't get the optimal line, you get the outside, but in exchange, it will allow you to not hit the guy in the back and even stay close to him, because by taking such a wide entry, you're setting yourself up for the next straight. And it looks like Jaggers was able to let Smacks by really easily and efficiently, because like he's right at the back of him. So now Smacks is looking for the inside of Greshner, but that's a very interesting move, because he's going to have the outside here, so it's going to take much longer. Now at this point, Greshner should be lifting, because Smacks obviously went for the overtake, but I don't think he's noticing the blue flags.
No, he's not. He's got to have to get out of the way here, because he's been taking the inside line on every single corner and the preferred line, making Smacks basically back off, and it's slowing him up, because guess what? Jaggers is right there behind Lewis, and he is powering back up. He was able to find the gap. Now there we go. Smacks is going to get the pass done.
Yep.
And go on his way. And now the battle for Jaggers is back on.
Yeah, and you see, like, Jaggers and Greshner are back next to each other, and that's I'm gonna attribute that to Greshner being less efficient at letting the blue flags by. He wanted to keep his position so much that he did not lift when it was the right time, when Smacks was next to him. If he had lifted just a little bit, he would have lost very minimal time, and he would have been able to keep the gap to Jaggers much wider. But now Jaggers is back on his tail, and actually Greshner goes wide on the chicane, and he is losing a ton of time. But it looks like Jaggers wasn't able to take advantage of that.
No, Jaggers could not just get right on, couldn't find the faster line through the chicane, but he's going to be on the back of him now, and now it's a battle. They're going wheel to wheel down into turn number 1. And Jaggers, he gets the inside line, and Lewis, he's just going to let him by. But no, Greshner, he goes ahead and he's going to try the outside line through the uphill portion of Sector 1. And now Jaggers, he's going to get the preferred line coming into turn number 3, and he gets the move done. Very patient by Jaggers, and very respectful racing, though, by these two.
Yeah, this is how you make that move. You have to be the one who's on the inside on the next series of turns. So if you are able to get a little bit ahead, make sure that you keep the inside line, because the guy on the outside will look like he's catching up to you, and at some point will be next to you. But if you are able to keep priority on that inside line, then the corner is basically going to be yours, and that's what Jaggers did, and that's how he was able to get the move done.
Well, a very nice move by him, and now he's pulling away, though. He has gapped Lewis, and Lewis is just kind of struggling at the moment. Probably got his confidence shaken up because of how quickly he lost to Jaggers there and how patient he was. Now we're seeing Clark Moeller in the Commonwealth Motorsports McLaren. He's in P4 right now, and so those guys are going to be looking to move up the field as well. That is the team with Dave Hassar. Reynolds, though, in Optium Motorsports McLaren, sitting P3 right now, and what a great position for those guys to be in, considering that they were running P4 for a while.
Have they pitted yet?
Yes, they did a driver swap.
Oh, they did. I wasn't certain, and I did say earlier that they had not pitted, so that's my mistake, my bad.
See here, any closing battles happening?
Looks like Vans is getting close to Pichia.
Oh, John Pichia.
Oh.
Van, he's picking up a little bit of time. He's already a 10th quicker through turn number 1. 2 tenths quicker, actually, so good, nice on him. So But he's got to pick up the speed a little bit more now. Through going down this hill, you can lose quite a bit of time if you're not too patient, not too careful with the grip levels. So, and why is that turn just so weird when it comes to grip?
You're talking about the last right turn of that section, right?
Yeah.
Or the whole series.
Just that uphill turn after turn 1.
So the right hander after the first series of turn, right? The last one just before the straight.
Yep.
Yeah. So that turn is really it's really the curbing and how the entrance of that turn happens. Like you are doing a left turn, and usually the reflex when you're doing a left turn is to try to hit the apex and then go wide on exit. But the next corner is a right-hander, and you have to set yourself up for that straight. That even if it's not a very long straight, you can still reach in the Audi. You can still reach the 5th gear, and so that's still a pretty fast corner, fast section of the track. And when you are doing that left turn, you have to keep it as tight as possible, and then you have a bunch of rubber. What do you call those pebbles? Rubber pebbles.
Yeah.
On the tarmac, and you're picking those up if you try to take the wider line, but you also got your wheels on the grass, and I mean the line is not the same for everyone. Everyone has a very slightly different line, so the rubber gets spread wide, and then you have that huge curb that just bumps the car, and you lose all your grip for a fraction of a second here. You have to straighten your wheels. You have to let go of the throttle, otherwise you're just going to spin yourself.
Sticking with this battle for P11 between Van and John Paccia. It's getting closer now as Van, he's made up a ton of time, and now he's just right on the bumper of Paccia, and that's going to worry Paccia, as now Van, he's going to go for the overtake around the outside. Does he get there? He's right on the bumper. He finds the inside into the hairpin, but no, John Paccia just finds a little bit of a better entrance. But now Van, he's going to go on the inside as Paccia goes wide, and now Van finds the outside, and now they're going too wide into the Schumacher S's. What intense racing by Van. Van trying to get a little aggressive there.
Yeah, almost paid off, but Paccia was able to keep his cool, and he was able to keep the proper line through there, and the Golf livery, insane. Yeah, he was able to keep his line and stick to it. Just perfect braking, like anticipated how much he had to change his braking. Well, not braking because you don't really brake, but it was lifted, the turn-in point, and all of that was able to just very well adapt to the new line that he had to take. And it looks like Vans had to concede because they would have been side by side, even though Paccia actually didn't take the inside line for the second part of the S. So they could have been side by sides still, but Vans backed off. Probably the wise thing to do. It's not worth. We still like we're less than half of the race done, so it's not the moment to make that kind of risky move for a position that you could probably just gain in the pits later.
Track temperature right now, 26 degrees Celsius, pretty warm for a track. And now Van making a move on the outside in the Mercedes arena, and he gets it done. Does he get there? He does. And now Van making up a nice position, getting up to P11.
Yeah, so that's an alternative when the move doesn't work and you're trying to risk some things and it just doesn't work. You wait for the person in front to make a mistake, and it will happen more often than not. Especially, like we're not professional racers, so you wait for the guy in front to make a mistake, and you just make sure that you are driving. That you're driving safely, and that the positions will come to you.
Ben Brown was in an accident somewhere and went off the track, giving a bunch of positions away. and is now battling with Lewis Greshner into the chicane, and is just right on the bumper of Lewis now. He is looking for a potential move here, looking at turn 1, but Lewis gets a little bit slowed down into the final turn, and Brown gets the better exit, and he is sticking with Lewis, going across the start-finish line. Now the slipstream is coming into effect. Lewis trying to look for a move down the inside to defend his position, but it's not going to happen. And here comes Brown. And he's going to take the inside.
He was able to outbreak him. He gets to the next position, and he was able to get his nose, well, not just his nose, his entire car is way ahead, and there's not going to be a fight for the next few corners. And the move is completely done, just like that.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy is what Ben Brown is probably thinking in the back of his head. That was pretty easy. So now he has to work. He still has a long ways to go. He's sitting P9 now, but he was 1 point P8. So he's going to have to really hustle here, as we are seeing his Higgs
Speaking
Boston.
Of lemon squeezy. That color, though. Huh?
That color on that Lexus.
That very interesting livery, I'm gonna say. It looked like you can see those lines in the middle. Like there's the black line on the yellow side, and then the yellow line on the white side, and the white line in the middle. I wonder if those three colors represent anything in particular, or it was just an aesthetics choice.
I think it was an artistic choice. Definitely, he put some effort into this. It's a little dirty on the bottom of it. Can't keep the car clean though. That's okay.
I don't think that's up to the liveries, creator of the liveries, to make sure that the car doesn't get dirty. Although they could have done a vinyl wrapping that will. There's a protective wrapping you can put on a car, and apparently the dirt just slides right off. Maybe they could use some of that.
Reynolds needing to make up some time here. He's in P3. Can he chase down Waffle Smacks, who is quite a bit of ways? He's almost a minute ahead of Reynolds. So very interesting.
Looks like Reynolds is actually lapping a second and a half slower than Waffle Smacks, so it's probably not going to be happening here. If you look at all the deltas, what is those deltas at the bottom? It would be interesting to know exactly what they mean. Because everyone being at 2 seconds, I doubt that is just how much slower you're lapping. Oh, maybe it's how much slower than the leader they're lapping. That would make a lot more sense.
Now number 24, Nicholas Holden, putting up another fastest lap with a 1:53.8. So he is putting in some very. Oh, excuse me. Was that was that? That didn't happen recently.
What happened?
Yeah.
Did we miss a?
No, it was nope. Nicholas Holden putting up a faster lap than he did in qualifying. No, excuse me. On race pace with a 1:53.6. So that is the fastest lap time, and that's quite the lap time there, Cookie.
Well, that's indeed a very good lap for this track, but we did make sure that the temperatures for the track were really good, and the track condition is optimum. So it's really interesting to see those good lap times going around. We have someone asking what is the track temp. I believe you already answered that.
Yep, it's 26 degrees Celsius now.
Yeah, and they will always be displayed at the top right of the screen. So if you want to see them for yourself, the air temperature is currently 19.
Jaegers now, he is hunting down Higgs Boston 97 in the Lexus. Jaeger's in the Mercedes AMG. That is going to be very interesting to see how the rest of this plays out for P7, as Jaeger's right now is lapping almost 2 seconds quicker than Higgs Boston.
So only 1 lap until he catch up. And I mean, if you could take a second and go look at the livery of wait, let me find again. Oh, I don't remember which one it is, but there was a livery that was the ONID team. Do you remember which one is the ONID driver?
Nope.
Okay, I'll look for it, but I want to talk a little bit about that. So give me a couple seconds. Let's find a fight in the meantime. I think Kogan is...
Nope.
Oh no, that's just the Delta, never mind.
Looking for battles here. Oh, here we go. Well, Brown is going to lap Feber. And the team of Allen and Thornton, they have fallen way back. They are now in P18 running last here today. But now we're seeing Jaegers. We're going to stick with him, actually. He is getting very, very close to Higgs Bonson.
Higgs boson.
Boson, thank
It's
you.
an elementary particle. Well, not elementary, actually. That's the wrong word. It's a fundamental particle. Has been discovered very recently in the past few years. And the person, interestingly, the person who theoretized that particle, his name, Higgs, was alive to receive the Nobel Prize when the particle was actually detected. So it was really good to see him. He was really happy, and it was a very good moment for science.
Well, we're sticking with this battle between Jaegers and Higgs Boson. And Jaegers, he's getting right on the rear of Higgs, and that's going to cause him to be a little bit uncomfortable, I would say. He's got to get up and go, but he's losing so much time. They're going through the final chicane. Higgs hits that perfectly as Jaegers goes a little bit wide, but Jaegers, he's going to get a little bit more speed going into the turn, but the exit of the turn for Higgs is much better, much cleaner, and he's going to speed away here and try and keep this gap where it's at, or find a way to increase it. We have 2 hours and 28 minutes to go here at the 4 hours of Nürburgring. We're almost to that halfway point, which we'll see more driver swaps happen at the 1 hour 55 minute mark. And now here comes Jaeger. He's going to try and look on the inside now into the Mercedes arena. Does he get it done? He is looking. He is trying. And he doesn't. Higgs Boston getting the inside, coming to the exit of the Mercedes arena. Now Jaegers, he's going to go looking on the outside of turn number 6, but it's not going to happen. Higgs just holding on to that position for dear life. Jaegers, he gets up there. He gets wheel to wheel, but he backs off very quickly.
We have Brown behind. Brown is actually taking advantage of those two people fighting, and he's about to just overtake someone. And this is the livery I wanted to talk about. He is just taking advantage. When you fight on the track, you lose a lot of time. As you can see, Jaegers was not able to take the optimal line through here, and now Brown has the run on him, and he's going on the inside. Is he going to be able to get a 2-for-1? No, he breaks a little bit early and just will get that one position. Higgs Boson can wait another few turns. He's now ahead of...
Oh no, and he gets wrecked!
Breshner actually got him. Oh, wow, that was unfortunate, and there are now both of them stopped on the track. Brown is having trouble putting the car straight back again, and people have got to be really careful around this. Let's see if Brown's gonna take it back. Yeah, Brown believes it's his. Yeah, of course it's his. He had already moved on, so there you go. he is back on ahead, and he's going to have to do some catching up to get back to where he was.
Well, the race is not over yet in that Mercedes. They can still fight back, but definitely a disappointment for that team, for that got team racing team.
The Bentley or the Jaegers?
Mercedes.
Yeah, the Mercedes. Oh, there is the team names. I see. But yeah, look
Ben
at that
Brown. He's excited now. He's gotten that P9, working his way back up the field. And Lewis, he took advantage of that. He made up 2 positions because of that accident, and he's sitting P8.
Yep. So, well, Lewis and Jaegers were fighting each other, and Brown was trying to take advantage of that. But Jaegers couldn't concede the position. He couldn't cede it, and he wanted to keep it, and he tried to go on the inside, but Brown had priority. They were not alongside. In this league, the rules for alongside are that your front wheels have to be next to the rear wheels of the car ahead if you want to be considered in front alongside. And when that is the case, is when you are able to both drivers have to give each other space, and it's both drivers' responsibility to do things properly. But in this case, Jaegers was behind, and as a result, he was entirely responsible for not hitting the car in front. And Brown could report this, and I believe it would award Jaegers a penalty. But I mean, Jaegers was not did not take advantage of this. It was a mistake, and this is a long race, so there's still time for Brown to catch back up to Greshner, and actually he's slowly bringing that gap down, so it's gonna be time very soon. And there you go, he is now side by side with Greshner, and he's gonna be taking the inside line on the hairpin, and he gets the move done way ahead. This was not even hard.
No, it was not. Now Greshner in having the battle still with the Jaegers now, as this is turning into quite the battle for this position, as Brown, he is just going to take off down the straight, but Lewis defending his position against Jaegers going into turn numbers. That's 5 or 6.
That is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 5 and 6 that they just went through, and now they're going to 7.
All right, and that's that long hairpin corner that they really just have to stick real tight. And now Jaegers getting a nice little line through there, but he's not being able to catch up to Greshner. So Greshner, he's going to try and push, especially through the Mercedes, through the Schumacher S's. He makes that look easy, but guess who had a better run? Jaegers is going to look for the inside, but no go. Oh, never mind. He gets a better exit.
He is going to be on the inside line. There's going to be a little bit of slipstream going on here, but it's not going to be enough. If he wants to go for a move in the next chicane, it's going to be too high. He's going to have to be really brave on the brakes. But the safe move will be, exactly what he's doing right now. Lift a little bit, see when the guy in front brakes, and just follow him and try to set yourself up for this straight, because the first sector is where you can really gain the time. And there you go. Greshner goes wide, and it's going to give the exit to Jaegers, and Jaegers is going now for the pass. Greshner goes super defensive on the inside line. Jaegers is forced to get the outside and even forced to lift, so he's going to have to go on the brakes now. And Greshner is trying really hard to go defensive, but there's some space on the right, and Jaegers takes the space and actually does get the move done there a little bit. No, there you go. He is fully in front, and it's going to be dictating the line now, and the move is done by Jaegers. Congratulations.
Ooh, Jaegers having to put up a fight there against Greshner. Greshner fighting back, so he's trying to go down the inside, but doesn't quite find the door. And now is being left behind in the dust Greshner finding a little bit of a, I wouldn't say pace, but definitely finding his aggressiveness that he needed to try and defend his position. Sadly, it wasn't gonna be enough at the end of the day.
I think Kimball is getting close to. Yeah, Kimball is a few seconds, 2 seconds behind Asylum, I believe. And he's also being followed. Oh no, he just overtook IS Plays, I think.
He did.
Yes, he was behind him a few seconds ago. So yeah, that definitely was an overtake. Kimball was able to overtake IET Plays. And that was, I mean, it's either the Schumacher S's, between the Schumacher S's and the chicane. So that's not usually a place where you see a lot of overtakes.
No. But Mr. Fife was able to make that happen.
Yeah, very interesting move indeed. Maybe Plays actually did a mistake, because it's if Kimball did an overtake in that section, then I very much applaud him, because that's extremely daring, and well, it requires the skills. And I know that Joshua Kimball is not someone who always has the best self-confidence, so definitely getting that move done should give him a really good boost of confidence for here. He struggled a little bit on the S's. I'm gonna give it to you because it looks like the battle is happening.
I'm sticking with Kimball here as Ayet Plays is battling a little bit back, getting a little bit of speed and a good run here, going up the hill into the chicane.
Oh, there.
Oh no, and Ayet's Plays, he goes wide, and here comes Kimball. He is coming into the pits.
Oh, yeah, they are going to be doing a driver swap, so Kimball is probably running out of fuel, because we only had put 105 liters for that stint. So hopefully they're going to be putting all the fuel. I'm going to go check on them. I'll be back.
Okay. And going through some pit times right now, looks like about the average stint time is around an hour. So there's a bit of tidbit of information for you. Jaeger sitting P8. He's going to be the man who's going to have to chase down Ben Brown. Higgs Boston now down to P10 and is chasing Lewis. Van is in the same boat as well, but Van, he's quite a ways back. He is the start of the two-lapped cars. As he comes across the start-finish line. Excuse me. But can Lewis stick in this battle now? He has to just stay calm, stay confident throughout these turns. He is a little bit slower. He's been running a 159.7. And now the gap for P1 has decreased. Oh, excuse me. That's Hoban, who is actually the back of these cars who are getting blue flagged. Waffle Smack's coming through the start-finish line in that Bentley, so he has a lot of time to still make up. Brown pulling away from Jaegers.
Hey there.
Hello.
All right, so driver swap is done, and are getting a strategy ready for the next driver swap.
Very nice. Now, Feber is having to just he's in the way of so many people right now. I feel bad for the guy because he's lap traffic at this point. So here comes Reynolds. He's going to go around him now, or at least attempt to go around him. But Jaegers, he's staying right on the tail of Ben Brown, but I don't think it's going to be enough. But now Hoban is going to get another lap onto Greshner as well. So Lewis allowing him by. And now the person Lewis has to be worried about is Higgs Bonson for that 4P9. So it's going to get very interesting here, I think.
Huben is speed right here. It's the speed difference here is like he's lapping everyone. He literally lapped everyone right now. He did do a second stint, and we're probably going to be seeing him swap for the next driver. And next driver is around the same pace as me. So hopefully for them, Huben was able to get enough of a gap in front so that Olsen will not have to worry about fighting other people. But Smax is looking pretty fast, and he's teamed up with Warden, so that's definitely gonna be catching back up to him. And if they can do it in the last 2 hours, I fully believe that they can. And considering that Huben did the first 2 stints, I would expect Olsen to do the last 2 stints. It's going to be really interesting to see how the strategy pans out.
And that's it. It's strategy now. Warden, we know Andrew Warden. He's one of the aliens of the ACC League. He's very fast. He also takes part in OLR, and he's very quick in that as well.
Yeah, definitely one of the faster boys around. Huben a little bit faster than him, but otherwise, Warden started this race in P2. So definitely showing that he has the pace to gain that time back. Even though the gap is now over a lap long, there's still an opportunity for that race to come back to them. And really, that's really what it is. You let the race come back to you. In this case, it's not a 20-minute race on an online lobby. You don't have to make magic happen. You just drive consistently, make no mistakes. Pretty much the opposite of what I did, and that's how you win it. And so far, it shows that that the first Hubens, Max Reynolds, those 3 teams are really carrying it out and doing really great. And actually, I think Moller as well, like the Kogan and Moller, they were P7 and 5 a while ago, and they're now P5 and 4. So a lot of consistency that brings you a long way. And just like that, even if they started further back down the grid, they were able to get themselves all the way there just on consistency alone.
I'm chewing some gummy bears right now, so I apologize.
Gummy bears.
Yeah, Hoban is very fast as he now passes Jaegers. And Jaeger's having a pretty decent race. He's going to try and catch up to Brown here still, but P8, this is a new guy to the club, so he's racing quite well today.
Definitely got some skills here.
Man, there's not too many battles happening. Might as well take the auto cam, allow it to help us out, as Hoban now is gonna go on the inside and take another lap away from Brown. And that is ridiculous speed from him. He's running 155s, 154s, 153s. And the man he's just not slowing down from up North Vision.
So I was away for a bit. Hoban just overtook Brown, right?
Yep.
Okay.
He'll be coming in for a pit stop here probably in the next 3 to 4 laps. Two hours, 9 minutes to go here at the 4 hours of Nürburgring. Don't forget, if you're interested in joining us for ACC, you can join our club. Go to ApolloRacingClub.com to sign up and for more information. We have F1 2020. F1 2020, we have 2 tiers of that. ACC Sprint Series. Obviously, now we are starting endurance events in ACC. We have an iRacing Open Wheel, which is the IR18, the Indy car. And then for ovals, and we're also starting a new road series, as well as the iRacing special events such as the 24 Hours of Le Mans and 24 Hours of Bathurst. Our next event for that is next month. Well, this month actually, for the 12 Hours of Sebring. So quite a bit of racing here. If you like Formula E, we got Formula E on Assetto Corsa. It's a mod. Same with our Road to Glory. As we went starting go-karts about 7, 8 weeks ago now.
Mm-hmm.
And
So
now in Formula 4. Go ahead.
if any of this sounds interesting to any of you, just scroll down below the video and you will see a link to allow you to join our league. And once you are in the Discord channel, you will have there is a channel with all the series that are happening in our in Apollo Racing Club, and you can join pretty much any one of them. And I believe most of them will allow you to join in the middle of a series as well. So, for example, right now in ACC we are in between 2 seasons, but even if we were in the middle of the season, you could still join. So make sure you check that out if you want to race with us. Most of our race times are in the evening on pretty much every day of the week, depending on which series you want to take part of. So make sure to check that out.
Well, not too much action happening across for battles. We're just seeing cars just lapping, but I expected that as we are hitting the ends of these stints, and Cookie, as we hit the end of the second hour. Anything jumping out to you so far as in terms of the racing, or everything still pretty good for you?
Everything's looking good. We're obviously playing catch up, so I'm hoping that we can get back up. And I mean, I'm gonna have a lot of work to do in order to fix my costly mistakes at the beginning of the race. But I'll say this though, I don't think I will be driving the Audi again. I've pretty much learned to drive on the Lamborghini, and the Lamborghini is understeer city. And when I get into a car like the Audi, it just makes it so hard for me. I'm absolutely not used to it, and even with all the practice I've put in, I come in the race and I don't know. I will try my best, and I really will give it everything I got to try to save it. But I guess as long as we're not last, I'm gonna be happy for now.
Track temperature once again at 24 degrees Celsius, so it's cooling off as we progress through the race. Now the track looks very rubbered in. It's in optimum conditions, which is very nice. And now Hoban, he's going to spin. Hoban has spun. He has lost the car. And now he is going to have to get that car back into gear. Luckily, he has quite the gap, so it's not going to hurt his...
That's a few blue flags that he's going to have to overtake again, however. And considering the blue flag rules that we are adhering to, it's not always going to be easy, because when someone is blue flag in front of you, you do not necessarily have to let the car behind by. You can wait until they actually try to make a pass on you, and as a result, sometimes it can be really hard if the pace of the car you're trying to lap is a little bit even close to yours. It's gonna make it really difficult. And it's not like this is a rare happening, because if you are on a different strategy and the car that you're actually battling with just pitted, then you could actually be trying to overtake the guy who would otherwise be battling you. And that means you're going to be losing a lot of time to that. And the strategy would then very realistically could allow them to overtake you just by blocking you when you are blue flagged. And as I say that, we have a blue flag on Fleischmann. I wonder who's behind him right now.
I am not sure. I have the auto camera on. Oh, it is. Looks like it was Tommy Kogan. But now Nicholas Hoban making his way back up the field, going through the Schumacher S's now and getting those blue flags taken care of. But man, what a remarkable race by Nicholas Hoban, who is just, he's having a good time right now.
Cookie, could you please jump back into Yeet Squad for a sec?
I'll be there. All right, so I probably will not be coming back here. I'm gonna be eating, and I'm gonna be getting some relaxation done for my next stint. So.
All right, no problem. Thank you, sir. Have a great one. Hopefully you can make up these positions here.
Thanks for having me. Have a good one.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are underway here still. 2 hours to go. Like I said, we're going to be seeing some pits starting to happen any time now, as we are seeing teams coming across the line. And now Alan Zhu, he's going to make some mistakes, though, going into that chicane, as Waffle Smacks is looking to pass him with those blue flags. But we've had quite the interesting race as we are heading into the final 2 hours. Your leader right now, Nicholas Hoban, followed by Smacks in the Bentley, Reynolds in the McLaren, Tommy Kogan running in 4th. And now Jeff Feischman in the Audi Yates 1 running in P16. They had some troubles early going into the wall and having to pit and mess up their strategy. But now they are back in this race. They have made up 2 positions so far, and now Feischman, he's just going to have to fight back and try and make up some more positions, which hopefully can happen on these pit stops, which will be happening here in the next 15 seconds or so. Keeping our eye on all the times. Make sure you head over to pitwall.live and follow all our live timings.
Still a long way to go.
And thank you, crew chief, for telling us we are at the halfway mark. Still a long ways to go. That is absolutely correct here at the Apollo Racing Club. 4 hours of Nürburgring. Nicholas Hoban taking some extra time on his laps. He is not in the pit lane yet. He's gone 32 laps on this stint. Jaeger's right now in number 328 has gone now 30 laps on this stint as well. So they'll be looking to pit. This is about the pit time, so we'll be seeing some driver swaps as well. So a whole new lineup to remember as majority of the field has switched.
Hello again, Adam.
Hello, Fife.
I just had to go shower real quick. I need a snack.
Are you feeling good, sir? Great drive.
Thank you. That felt really good. The car was a bit difficult to manage at first, but with all that fuel, I didn't practice at all during the week with that much fuel in the car, and plus Cookie tweaked the setup a little bit. But felt good. Had 2 great passes, I felt like, down into turn 1, and so I felt like I drove a really good stint. I only made 1 mistake. I ran wide at the Schumacher S into the sand pit, and then other than that, I drove a solid stint.
Well, Nicholas Holden has fallen into the pits, and that will be his final stop. So he is done for the day. And what a great race from him so far, currently in the lead. Now it is time to see what they will do in terms of their drivers. Waffle Smacks running in P2. Can he finish that gap and find a way to steal a victory here today with the last remaining hours of this race? Right now, the auto camera.
I just realized I had a talk button bound, so that because my kid is yelling in the background. But Craig Bray is going to be jumping into calm.
Craig Bray, awesome. It'll give me a moment to step away.
Yeah, he and I can take care of it for a few minutes while you go get yourself a snack, maybe have a smoke, get a drink.
Of course. It's so, Fife. Any surprises for you so far on this race? Anything you've noticed or anything you want to talk about so far?
Hoban's spin surprised me, but other than that, I want to just say that I feel like it's been a relatively clean race. We do already have a report from somebody claiming some contact against Righteous Fire. We'll see where that goes after the race, as we are not live stewarding. So at this point, it's just kind of sit back and see how this all shakes out. You know, there's still a lot of pit strategy that's going to come into play here. We're 1 pit stop down, but these guys ahead of us are going to have to pit. We don't feel like we're actually in 15th place after all the pitting will be done. So, you know, time will tell. And it looks like we have been joined by the ACC admin, Craig Bray. What's up, buddy?
Hey, nothing. Just watching Van finish out his stint right now. He's going to switch in for Niall. We're doing pretty good. Van had a couple of issues because he's got a bit of damage right now, but looks like we're back on track. So we'll see how Niall performs, and then I'll be back in the car.
Now, are you guys still on the same pit strategy? Will you be finishing the race?
Correct. Yeah, so I should be in the car in about an hour, because it looks like we're just about to swap in Niall.
Well, just so you guys know, I'm going to step away, but on the Discord is the live view with the auto camera, so you'll be able to catch all the action while it's happening on stream. As we're seeing Reynolds, he's just trying to make himself way up this field, and he's had quite the race, Craig, and you were in some battles there too. But sadly, the move that you tried to do on Dave Hassar really cost you.
Yeah, it didn't work out too well. It was a little too ambitious with the weight that I had in the car. It didn't work. I was trying to be as cautious as I could without damaging the car because I didn't want to extend our pit time at all, because I know that there's some people that are very quick in our field and in direct competition with us. So
Now, will this camera switch to other drivers, or is it going to be stuck on Corey here?
Nope, it will switch the other drivers. So
Awesome.
it's just
All
a
right.
matter of what's happening on track. So I will be right back, ladies and gentlemen, but I will leave you in the good hands of Pfeiffer and Kriegs.
Much needed break for him. I'm sure he's been going solid now for about 2.5 hours of nonstop talking. We did have Bash Dash in earlier. Those two always do a great job together. So, no.
yeah, I thought I'd come in and at least try and help relieve his voice a little bit, because that was what a mad lad going for that time.
Yep. And so he casted Formula E last night. He'll be casting this today, and then the season finale for F1 2020 tomorrow night, Tier 1. He and I will be doing that together as well.
Ah, yes, that is tomorrow.
How the hell did I end up casting so much?
That's a good question. I'm not really sure about that. The only casting I've done is when we did that rally one, which was interesting.
And that could happen again too, based on the size of the fields we get, because if we have some kind of weird number, I do plan to jump back into comms for that as well.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I had a blast with that.
Riding along with Tommy Coogan right now as the auto director runs the race for us. He's riding alone by himself. I can't see the intervals right now as everyone is just crossing the line, but I'm pretty sure there is not anyone really close to him at all.
No, he's by himself. Somebody's just rounding the final corner right now.
Now, I believe Nicholas Hubin double stinted in the Audi because he passed me once and then he came up on me again, and I was so used to seeing Coogan in an Audi that I thought it was Coogan, and I tried to let him go around me in the Mercedes complex. Might have been my fault there. Bad place to do it, and I cost him a little bit of time, so I'd like to go apologize to that man right now.
Yeah, I think that's completely reasonable. He's quick. Yeah, right now.
And right now we have his teammate in the car, so they have done their switch. It'll be interesting to see what kind of time Waffle Smacks and I believe it's Temujin will be able to claw back on them as they continue their race.
Oh, I didn't even realize Waffle was in second. I hadn't been looking at the timings. I've been doing race engineer for a little bit. That livery that they made.
It is
Porsche.
something. It
Yeah.
is something, man.
That is just wild. Part of me wishes I installed it because I was around Righteous for a little bit, but I didn't think about it in time.
There's always that risk, though, of getting the rejoin and having some lag, but afterwards, this livery is absolutely available. If you guys want it, just let us know, and we will get you that incredible Danny Ricciardo Honey Badger Don't Care livery.
Every time I see it, man, you know what? If they were going for something that was a distraction, it absolutely would have worked.
Wondering how the sun rays bounce off that chrome paint job.
Brightly. I believe I might be out and around them at the time of my next stint, so we'll see how bright it is to me, because I believe we'll be hitting sunset at that point.
Yep, well, we should be. We got an hour and 52 minutes left. We should be wrapping up the race. It was 8 hours in game time, so 8 p.m. I don't know. I intended the race to start at 2 p.m. in game time, so there's a few miscommunications today between Cookie and I getting the server ready for this morning. So I don't know if it'll be full sunset. Looks like the race will wrap up at about 8 p.m. server time.
Yeah, I think we'll be cruising just off into the sunset at that point.
It will still look very cool. And the temps will be coming down
soon.
soon.
Dixon.
Looks like Schuster here. That's Schuster.
Oh, it is. Yes, yes, it is.
I suggest
Oh, okay,
watching
he's trying to get
EV's,
around.
EV stream on Discord. It's a little bit quicker.
Ah, that would make more sense. Oh, my team needs me back in bush yet for a second. I'll be back.
Okay then.
Once I find the channel. There it is.
Oh my god. Oh my god, guys. I've been talking for so long without holding my talk button. Because my son is watching TV, I didn't want it to bleed through the entire time. I've been talking about how Cuban had handed off his team to Frederick Olsen Forsberg, looking to see if maybe that gap back to We Like Big Girls gets decreased at all, as Eric Temujin Mahoney has taken over for them. Corey Reynolds just recently swapped out for Daniel Wright in the McLaren, and Jay Ogden is back in his McLaren as well. This front of the field is looking pretty much the same as it has been for the last hour or so now. A couple other things I pointed out was that Fleischman, my teammate, he's been able to make up another couple of positions since I handed off the car to him. And why don't you go ahead and jump right back in here, Evie?
While doing that. So, Olsen Frostberg, leader of this race, being handed off by his teammate Nicholas Holben. So now it's Olsen's job to bring this car all the way home without losing any positions. And that is going to be the difficult task. That is, I think, the one thing that is the hardest thing to do.
And I do believe we're going to be seeing a battle here shortly between Daniel Wright and Eric Temujin Mahoney. 13-second gap. It's been coming down. Daniel Wright is reeling him in. But the gap at the head of the field between Frederick Olsen Forsberg and Team We Like Big Girls, so it's holding. They're holding that gap. So
switch over to them and look at that beautiful Kellogg's Bentley.
They got a bunch of Canadian brands on there, as all three of these guys, I believe, are Canadian.
Too many Canadians, Fife.
Canadian. We have a whole bunch of those guys here. I'd say at least a third of the league is Canadian.
I think half that group is French Canadian.
The amount of stories that go back and forth in general chat during the regular races, pretty astounding.
As I'm finishing up what I was doing here. So, yeah, Daniel Wright, he is pushing very hard. He's in a two-man team as Temujin takes that chicane pretty hard. Kind of bounced around the Bentley there for a bit.
Definitely got some air, it looked like, but the Bentley has no problem saying, that's okay. I eat curbs like you for breakfast. Yeah, there you go.
You want to be eating curbs for breakfast. It's not a heart-healthy meal. But the Bentley's looking real strong here. So it's going to come down to pit strategy, I think, for the top two. But Wright, Daniel Wright, you are, like you said, that gap now has closed quite a bit since we have last, well, when you mentioned it not too long ago, it's dropped down to
about 14 seconds, 13.9 at the moment.
Yeah, Daniel Wright very fast. He gave the wheel over to his teammate Corey Reynolds, and Reynolds drove a great stint. But now Daniel Wright has his work cut out for him as he's going to try and close in this gap. Go for that P2. You know, you might as well bite off more than you can chew, and make it work out. And now we're seeing a fight for P7, actually. This is between Ashley and Dorochi. I'm never going to say his name right. So DeRoja. Johnny Ashley in P7 right now in that Bentley, fighting against the AMG Mercedes of the Leg Got Racing team.
And Ashley riding for the ONID racing team. Some friends we've made recently joined our server and put us in contact with those guys. So I'm really happy they came out for this endurance event.
This battle is getting very, very close. And who's that in the distance? That's not Fox. Can't be Fox. Is it Fox?
It is Fox. It's
No,
the Honey
Fox.
Badgers.
Yep, he's gaining on these two as well. Who's in between them, though? And that's what I'm concerned with. But Johnny Ashley holding his position quite well as they come up to the Schumacher S's. Go through it very cleanly, very nicely.
And that's the place where I struggle most in this track. It took me a long time to be able to get through there cleanly. So seeing these guys go through there, excellent looking shots here. As we take another look at pit wall, Daniel Wright has now got it down to almost 13 seconds. So it was at 14 less than a lap ago. So he is pushing very hard. Let's see how far into his stint Temujin is right now. Temujin is 7 laps into what should be roughly about a 30 to 33 lap stint. So that battle is going to happen. It is now down to 11.6 seconds.
Oh, there we go. Mr. Chipsy coming in with a 9-month Twitch Prime sub. Thank you very much, Chipsy.
Right on, dude. Thanks so much, dude.
We appreciate that. All that goes towards the club and being able to still do what we get to do and getting guys to race. And this has been, I will say, Fife, somebody who joined the league in 2020. It's been an amazing experience. It's everybody that I've raced with and in every event I've participated in has just grown the love and the passion of sim racing for myself, and I know for a lot of these other guys, this has been a great place for guys to come and race and enjoy themselves. You know, there's a lot of competitive leagues out there that you've got to be fast if you want to be any sort of close to battling or even racing with this group, with those groups. But here, everybody's at a different skill level, and we all have a good time here at Apollo Racing Club.
We definitely do. I am just going to be quiet for a moment here because I accidentally just banned somebody in chat that I did not mean to ban.
We apologize about that. We hope you can forgive us. But now Johnny Ashley is having to get there's Ogden, John Ogden, who is in P4 right now. He has quite a bit of work to do here in the last hour and 37 minutes if he wants to get his hands on a podium position. And John Ashley is just staying calm. Going to allow him to just go by him probably in turn 1 here. But De Raju of the God Leg Racing team, he's catching up very fast to John Ashley, especially through turn 1. He was a little bit quicker. Now it looks like Mike is going to try and go on the outside, but he doesn't quite find the speed going up the hill, and Ashley getting on the inside, curbing, finding that grip, and just staying in their position. Been fairly clean racing, in my opinion.
It's been extremely clean racing. I mean, even the little incidents we saw didn't really event to much, where Cookie was side by side with the McLaren and the Schumacher S's. They make the contact, and then both recover great. So, I mean, very clean all around. As I said, we have 1 report in chat right now, and we'll see what that amounts to after the race.
So these stints are going about 30 laps, and Fife, this was your first endurance event as well, if I remember correctly.
Yes, it was.
And you know, getting those laps in, were you getting tired? How was going through your stint?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question?
How was going through your stint in this race?
It was sweaty, nervous. The car was a bit loose because I hadn't practiced with that much fuel in it. So I mean, it was a sweaty stint, man. My hands were soaked, but by the end of it, and because I went in an emergency situation and I wasn't quite ready and my game wasn't running, I had to peel off a bunch of layers. I didn't get my jogging pants off in time as Cookie came into the pit, so I had to keep those on. It was a sweaty stint.
It was a sweaty stint. You heard from one of the drivers here, and you're probably not the only one sweating right now as we're still watching this battle for P7. Johnny Ashley he's hanging in there. He's just holding on to this position barely. He's faster in some corners than Mike in the God Leg Racing team. But he is gaining fast, though, through Sector 2. He was able to catch up right before the Schumacher S's and get a little bit of a slipstream coming down the hill. And when you get a slipstream coming down the hill, that's so beneficial. But now here comes Mikey. He's right on the bumper. He is just wanting to find some door to be left open or push Johnny into some form of a mistake here in that Bentley. Oh, and he goes a little bit wide coming through turn 6, but now they're going wheel to wheel. Who's going to win this out?
Keep it clean, boys.
And they do. The inside is still open, but Johnny Ashley, he's still going to hold on to this lead as much as he can. He's going to push, and drive all the way. He's still in front. Going in through the Schumacher S's, and wow, what great racing we have here.
Man, it is just so good to see this, man. Just clean racing. It's been a while. We've all been pubbing too much during the season break, and I'm not used to this.
Oh, Mike had a problem. He is falling way back.
Yeah, it looks like
He was
right there. He might have backed out as they came into that last turn where you said the inside was open. There wasn't a whole lot of space. He might have gone for it and then decided a little bit late that it was time to back it out.
And now there's a yellow flag ahead. And that is GT Phantom, who must have gone off course, and he's going to have to slow down, let some people by, and that doesn't really help his race as he is now down to P12. So, but he has gained quite a bit of positioning. Where did he start? I think they started like, what, P15? So, and taking a look, we'll take a look at the standings as they are right now. This is how the timetables are looking. Frostberg in the lead. Temujin in the Bentley and with Bubba Jones and Waffle Smacks in P2. Daniel Wright, he's trying to make his way up the field, trying to get up to P2. He's currently sitting P3. Jonathan Ogden on his second stint. He'll be finishing out this race in P4. Peter Schuster, actually he will not be finishing this race. Senatori will be. And he's sitting P5. P6, Tommy Kogan and David Hassar. Hassar in the car right now. They're sitting P6 in the McLaren. And Johnny Ashley and Ben Brown sitting in P7. The
Daniel Wright. Sorry about that. Daniel Wright is just continuing to close the gap down as you talked about the top 5. It's 5.8 seconds now. This battle is going to come together very shortly.
Ooh, that is going to be coming together very shortly as he is trying to make his way through the traffic now. The Danny Ricciardo team of Kieran Fox, Righteous Fire, Louis Gretschner, and these grills, they are down in P8. And then we have Mikey. I hate French. DeRoja. I should know that by now. DeRoja and Jaggers sitting in P9 right now. They have fallen at least one position. Eli Watts, JB, and Higgs Boson in Lexus sitting in P10. So that's your top 10 right now.
And I'm just going to hop down to my channel real quick and see how the team's doing and see if I need to plan for a second stint.
All right. Well, we are following Fox now in that Danny Ricciardo car. He is trying to fly. He's catching up to Ashley now. And that gap has turned to less than is now 2 seconds to Ashley. You bet 3,000 euros on Jackson. Why would you do that? But chat, I hope you guys are enjoying the stream now as we are heading into the last hour and a half here. Like I said, the first 3 hours, 3.5 hours is just about setting up your finish. How are you going to finish? Are you going to finish strong? Are you going to be in a position to be racing for position? That is going to be questioned here as we are heading into the final stages of this race. Fox sitting P8, having a great race right now, chasing down Johnny Ashley and pulling away from Mike De Aruja. And he's got, he's very quick looking on his onboard. And he's not too far. He's enjoying this right now. He's being able to really predict the braking points of Johnny Ashley in the Bentley. And that's exactly what you want, and that's exactly what you need in a race like this. Just being able to find ways to, if you can brake later, find a little more speed in some corners, especially through this first sector. This is about patience. And Fox does a nice job. It looks like he's had a better exit, and he's going to pull on out of there.
All right, I am back. Looks like Cookie's plan is to finish the race he wants some redemption.
He needs redemption, of course. So now we're watching Daniel Wright as he's still making his way up the field and up the pack. The gap right now is 5.6 seconds to the person in front of him, and is that Temujin? That is not Temujin. That is Forsberg, actually. That is our leader of this race. So Wright looking to maybe gain a lap or get a lap back here, as he is a lap down.
Okay, I lost my stream for a second, but I just got it back. So again, that gap for Up North Vision Racing, they're not giving any time back. It is still 90 seconds, almost a full lap still.
It's a full lap at this point. Olsen right now, Daniel, he is fighting back. He is looking to unlap himself. And I'm keeping an eye on this because if he is able to make this happen, this is huge in terms of the fact that Daniel is so fast compared to Forsberg.
But he's not worried about Forsberg. He just wants to get by him at this point. He's focused on Temujin. He sees that big girl up the road, and he wants to go get her.
He is fast, and we're going to keep our eyes on David Wright right now because this would be... He is focused on P2, but the fact that he is faster than our leader really changes things, especially now. We have an hour and a half. That's plenty of time for him to maybe get the lap back and be back up on the rear of Frostberg. But he's got to make that move very soon. He's got to make it in T1 here, or he's not going to be able to, or he's just going to lose time just because he's going to be held up. And you don't want that right now. What's the gap right now to Temujin?
Daniel Wright is now, well, this can't be right. It says 3.3 seconds.
That's the gap in front of the car in front.
Oh, I'm sorry. He is a lap. He's a lap down. He is a lap down. This battle, I'm not sure Pitwall's giving me accurate information, as Daniel Wright is now going for the pass on Frederick Olsen Forsberg. Gets by clean, so we'll see what Pitwall tells me here when it updates.
Yeah, because that's the gap to the leader, just so you know, on Pit Live. So it says 1 lap and 0.34 seconds. So when they come across, when that gets updated, he will now be whatever, a minute or so. But that won't update, I don't think, until the finish line.
That is correct.
So, and if you are using the Pit Live app, thank you. If you haven't checked it out, go to pitwall.live. We are a live race on their app right now. You can check out all the live timings that are happening right now, as well as stint times.
I really like that stint timer.
It's very nice. You can see exactly really how long people go. And plus you see sector timings. You'll be able to see a weather. There's a track map. We do apologize. We're testing
Looks
this
like
out.
BRL got punted as they were trying to enter the pits there.
Who was that?
Looks like BRL was struck by, let me see if I can find it. I'm not sure what team they were from.
And there you go. The gap did update. It is now 116 seconds to the leader. And that means it's only a 26-second gap between Daniel Wright and P2. That is very interesting.
Got the quick math, and now you figured it out finally, so we do know what the gap is.
Yeah. So everything's lining up. So that's great. And just so everybody knows, Pitwall, we're just trying it out for the first time. So we're not using the full capability of this, but we just thought we would give it a shot. So far, I've really liked it. It gives you some incident reports, and it's basically your all-in-one Pitwall live timing application.
It's very nice. I do like it a lot. So I'm
As
trying to see.
As we continue on, and we are, of course, our rolling leaderboard, our scrolling leaderboard. Thank you to Fife for helping us out, getting that fixed and getting that working. So, but Daniel Wright now has passed the leader, has gotten his lap back, and now he is just gonna have to push at this point. Let's check in with Jonathan Ogden. We haven't talked about him in a while. He's running about a 156 pace.
That's great race pace right there.
That is some very solid race pace, and he's only 26 seconds behind Daniel Wright, and that's gonna be a huge benefit to him.
P1 is disconnected. P1 has disconnected?
He has. He's in the pits.
Oh boy, they got to get Hubin back in there immediately to take control of that car. Frederick cannot take the car back over due to the way that ACC works. Driver one needs to be the one to take the car over. So hopefully Hubin is in voice chat with him and able to get back into that car quickly.
Well, that's going to be a huge opportunity for Temujin now. He's going to be able to get that lap back. Excuse me, he's not a lap down, but he's going to be able to close this gap very, very quickly as he is in the pits. And you got to remember, there is a driver swap timer. And how much is that? It's about 30 seconds, I think, on the driver swap timer. And then they're probably doing a pit stop, so they're going to fill up here. This will be one of the final stops that they'll have. I don't think they can take fuel an hour and 21 minutes. It's going to be close. He'll have to save fuel.
Nicholas does have control of the car.
Okay, he will have control of the car. But that means he has lost his P1, though, as Temujin has taken the lead of this race, and now Daniel Wright has taken P2. This is an absolute disaster for the Up North Vision team.
Absolutely. You know, I'm looking at their ping, and it didn't look bad, but that's the second person that's had a connection issue.
Well, it is a part of sim racing. Now, Hoban is going to have to bring it home. Hour and 21 minutes. Hopefully, the fuel, you know, there's going to have to be a stop. He's going to have to do a splash and dash, basically, because the fuel's not going to work out in his favor. The fuel lasts, what, about an hour and 5 minutes?
Just about, if you take a full load, 120 gallons an hour in 10 minutes. So, again, like you said, he'll probably have to pit in and give the car back over to Frederick and let Frederick finish if he can reconnect.
Well, this was an absolute dampener to this race, but this has made the race for the finish so much better. We have now 4 cars on the lead lap. We have Temujin, Daniel Wright, Jonathan Ogden, and Frostberg. And actually, more cars were able to unlap themselves. We have 6 cars, on the lead lap. That includes Peter Schuster and Dave Hassar. So that is a very big convenience for them as they get to be on this lead lap and get to make up some time. And now the fact that this Audi team, this Up North Vision team, is kind of in a vulnerable position.
Yep, and Frederick has just reconnected to Discord, so he is back and ready to take control of the car again. I'm going to take a look over here at my screen and see if I can tell how much time Jeff has left on his stint. And unfortunately, I can't seem to see his screen well enough to tell how much fuel he has left.
Well, Dave Hassar right now, he's in P6. He's looking for a P5 maybe. He's only 3 seconds back now from Peter Schuster. And Johnny Ashley is also not too far behind. We'll get a gap update here. Johnny Ashley is the next car, which is a lap down. So we only have 6 cars on the lead lap. And 1, 2, 3, 4 cars a lap down. And 1, 2, 3 cars, 4 cars, 2 laps down. 1 car that is 3 laps down. And P17 and 18 are 4 laps down. So we have a race on our hands, Fife.
Absolutely. Looks like we're going to have a great finish to this one as we're getting closer to the 1 hour mark here.
All this time prepping for this. Now we're looking on Kieran Fox on the Danny Ricciardo Porsche look-alike McLaren.
Team Honey Badgers.
The Honey Badgers. He is in a 3-way battle now. This is for P7. And Fox was able to get ahead at one point of these guys, but now has lost a bit of pace. Must have went off the course at some point. I do not see an accident with his name listed on it, except from earlier on. But Fox
the
looking
last
very...
incident that I have is the fastest lap notification at 13:57:45. So it's been a while. There's been no recorded incidents on pit wall.
Very interesting. So it's been very clean. Like we said, it's been clean racing. We've seen some bumps and some contact, but overall, for a 4-hour race, it hasn't been a demolition derby. Now Foxy's going to try and make a move down the inside of this Mercedes, but he doesn't quite find the door. But now he's going to try it again. He's going to go around the outside this time. Nice job by some nice clean driving, and I think he actually got a better exit this time, and he's going wheel to wheel with Mike DeRoja. See, I need to have a pronunciation guide on me. I usually have something like that, but now Fox and DeRoja now going to go wheel to wheel through the Schumacher S's, and Fox just sends it, and he takes the position. That was
tough place to pass too.
That was an absolutely tough place to pass, but he pulls off the move. What
Wonderful
a pass.
Danny Ricciardo all smiles as he goes by Mike DeRoja.
DeRoja right now looking at the back of this Porsche with the Danny Ricciardo face just laughing.
Sticking his tongue out at him.
Sticking his tongue out. Ha, 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 ha. But P8 now for Fox. And now the target is on Johnny Ashley. Johnny Ashley sending P7 right now is the first car who has a lap down in this field. So, and this is going to be a tight race to the finish line for sure.
18 seconds between Daniel Wright and Eric Mahoney right now for the lead of this race. That gap was much larger 10 minutes ago.
Will Daniel Wright win this race? Will the series of unfortunate events for the Audi team, for the Up North Vision team, will that have played so? Right now, it's playing into his hands. It's playing into Daniel
And
Wright's hands.
let's not rule them out. Remember, their fast driver is in there right now, Cuban, and he is only in 4th place. Let's take a look at pit wall here. Looks like he is only 47 seconds back. So that disconnect, while costing them the lead, is only putting them 47 seconds in the rears right now. And I absolutely think he's capable of getting right back in there and fighting for the podium.
Let's go back to this battle, though, for P7. This is starting to get tight. Dave Hassar, he's also picking up some time onto Peter Schuster, which is exactly what he was hoping for. So he's going to try and gain a position here, but he's got to fight through some traffic. He has P2 in front of him. He has a Bentley in front of him right now. That's going to be Termudgeon. But Fife, it's coming down to the wire now.
Yeah, we're going to have a battle at the end of this race. You'll love to see it. 16 seconds now between Eric Mahoney and Daniel Wright. And Wright's going to have to pit stop again at some point and hand off the car to Corey Reynolds to wrap up the race. Let's see how many laps he's done on this stint. Looks like he is now looking at 19 laps. So he's got about another 12 laps to go probably before he has to bring the car in. So about 12 laps to make up a 16-second gap if he wants to be the one that's going to be passing Eric Mahoney.
Well, right now I would like to hop over to Nicholas Hoban, who has now put up the 2 fastest sectors so far this session and in this race. And let's see what he does here. He didn't put up the fastest time, but it was close. It was very close. We're putting up 2 very quick sectors. That's got to feel nice.
Well, he's probably driving with a little bit of the red mist now, a little bit of anger, having disconnected. Well, with the race well in hand at that point. So, got to stay calm, not let it rattle you too much, and just finish strong. Shouldn't be a problem for them to get right back in the battle.
Termudgeon now, he is increasing his gap, and he sees Niall Drake. And he's just going to try and get through this as fast as he can, because he just wants to continue opening up this gap. The more time he spends in this traffic, the less, the easier it is for Hoban and Daniel Wright to get into this mix.
Now we're wondering when we're going to see Hoban hand the car back off to Nicholas. Hopefully he doesn't stay out there for the entire stint, because unfortunately we did have some server mishaps setting up the server this morning and did not get the max driver stint time enabled. And I believe they are aware of this, so hopefully they can respect it. He has already driven 2 stints.
2 by choice and 1 not by choice, sadly.
Correct.
And see, I was explaining earlier what's so different about these events compared to, ACC compared to iRacing. I would say would be the closest example we could use. Is that iRacing, they don't even have a timer. They basically have the fair share rule, and basically I think we calculated it, and as long as you did at least for a 24-hour race, if you did 1 to 2 blocks, like 3 stints, you were fine. In a 12-hour race, it was 1 stint, and you would have been fine. So, or 2 stints, excuse me. So, it's kind of interesting that you, especially compared to ACC, as you said, there's a max stint timer, which I think, the fact that we have our resources of looking at pit timers and having pit strats and the stint timers up, it's going to help our admins quite a lot to look through that and go, okay, and you'll be able to make decisions based on the situation. So, but the stewards will have their hands full after today for sure.
I will be right back.
Okay. As we are still with Temujin, he is running it back. He's in P1 right now. Daniel Wright sitting in P2. He is having the drive. He's having a heck of a good stint here. So, like Fife said earlier, he is going to have to hand the reins off at some point to his teammate, Corey Reynolds. Jonathan Ogden right now sitting in P3. He is quite a bit a ways back from Daniel Wright. So, but he is in the way of, at our one point in time, leading every single lap of this race, Nicholas Hoban from Up North Vision Racing in the Audi. He is right now having to run the car because his teammate disconnected, and there's Fleischman now in his way. Jeff Fleischman is going to have to get out of the way of the blue flags, also in the Audi R8 LMS Evo. Nice pass there by Hoban, and he's just going to get on his way. Peter Schuster, he is a man that he is going to have to battle, I think, to keep his spot at the end of this one. He is in P5 right now, being chased by David Hassar in the McLaren for DH Photography. Johnny Ashley, again, somebody's going to have to fight for that position as for P7 in that Bentley, as Kieran Fox in the Danny Ricciardo Porsche wannabe McLaren livery. Fox, he's gaining on to Ashley now as we saw him make a move, an amazing pass overtake through the Schumacher S's. And of course our Leg Got Racing team in P9. Having a good race so far. They're going to potentially be in the mix at the end of this one. Elliot Watts in the XLRL Nürburgring 4-hour team running P10. Niall Drake having to deal with the consequences of his teammate Kriegs by trying to go for a move on to Dave Hassar and ending up just losing position after position. J.K. Phantom running in P11 is in the way of Dave Hassar right now, but giving that extra little slipstream doesn't help. No, it doesn't hurt a little bit. Dixon Hurst running in P13. John Pachia is in the pit lane right now. Looks like we're going to see a driver swap, and now Fleischman into the pits, and we're going to see Cookie getting into this car as well. Sean Shades in on the LTC Esports Red team running in P16, and then Sonic for the Breakout Racing League Team 2 in P17. Team Panzer in the Mercedes 2015 AMG Mercedes with Tim Wilkins running in P18. And of course we have one DNF, and that is Gunpowder Therapy running in P19. You okay, Fife?
Yes, I am. I was just talking with my son for a second, and I went around and talked with my team. Cookie is now out looking for his redemption. He'll be finishing the race now. He's got enough fuel to do the rest of the race.
Well, we're going to keep our eyes on Daniel Wright right now, who is 7 seconds now away from Temujin.
Gap still just continuing to come down, but it's coming down a little bit slower than I thought. But again, 1 hour, 5 minutes left. I will need to take about a 5-minute break here, Evie, a little bit longer. I need to go prepare dinner for my son.
Okay.
So I will be back shortly.
Sounds good. As we are watching Daniel Wright just absolutely just push this McLaren to the limit. He is looking for some sort of win here as David Hussar goes off the track in the chicane, lets Daniel Wright go. And now Daniel Wright, he is going to go a lap down. More cars following a lap. And now he is the next lap car down. And that is unfortunate for Dave Hussar, but Daniel Wright is just so stinking fast right now. Obviously, he is chasing down the leader. He was a lap down at one point in this race, has made that lap up, and he did it on the racetrack. He didn't even have to wait for the mistake by the Up North Vision team. But I hope everybody's enjoying their Saturday afternoon watching the Apollo Racing Club 4 hours of Nürburgring. It's been an honor and a privilege to do this today. My first time casting an endurance race. It's been very fun. Lots of good racing happening so far. Now the gap turning down to 6 seconds. Termudgeon, he's going to have the race of his life here if he wants to stay in front of Daniel Wright. Jonathan Ogden, though, he is looking for some form of redemption as well. He's fallen super far back to Daniel Wright. Yeah, it's about 33 seconds now. And let's see where Hoban is. Nicholas Hoban looking to redeem himself as well. He's trying to get around Fox, put another lap onto him in the Danny Ricciardo livery. What happened to Peter Schuster? Peter Schuster's off the track. We had another disconnection. Peter Schuster's team disconnected from the race. And now we are seeing Fox. Oh, never mind. What a leg spike. Okay, Centauri is now in. And man, what a leg spike we had there. Everybody probably just went, oh, crap. Because of the delivery coming in. But Kieran Fox, he's having a great race so far. He is having to fight off here, but Mike DeRocha is now heading into the pits. Here comes Fox, though. He's going to get another. He's passing somebody. That's going to be Sonic. And Hussar, he is... he's not liking his position so far as Kieran Fox takes P6. Guzman subscribed at Tier 1. They have been subscribed for 12 months. Thank you so much. 1 year. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We appreciate your support. Your subscriptions go towards the club and keeping racing going here at Apollo Racing Club. So we are now almost an hour away from the checkered flag. And that is getting exciting now as Hussar is in P5. He is a lap down. He is now one of the first cars a lap down in P6. In P5, excuse me. Hoban in P4, Nicholas Hoban having to basically sub drive here because his teammate did end up going having a disconnection problem. Now Hoban, because of their position, this is going to get very interesting. Hoban is very much well over time of our stint counter. Each driver is only supposed to drive, as this team is a two-man team, it would be 45 minutes each. No, 4-hour race, 2 hours each. And right now, Hoban has done 2 hours and 20 minutes. So he is well over time. So he will have to pit eventually and have to switch with his teammate who will bring it home, which is unfortunate. His teammate was much slower than Hoban. So they might not even have a chance to win this race. The fact that Hoban is still in the car. But Daniel Wright now, he has passed Termudgeon for the lead as Termudgeon had to fall. Where did Termudgeon go? Termudgeon have a problem? It's Bubba Jones. So they did do a car switch, and Daniel Wright is now in the lead of this race. And he's not going to pit this lap. They still have a few more laps that they can go before they have to pit. This is car number 69. 69. And yeah, he still has 6 laps in his stint before he'll pit again. Jonathan Ogden picking up P2 now, which is very helpful for him considering he knows that Nicholas Hoban has to get out of that car soon. The 931 team, Ogden has been in the car for an hour. Two hours now, so he has gone over his stint time, so he will pit. And that'll be it for him. So a great run here. Now this is a chance for Nicholas Hoban to take P2 back. But right now we are under the presumption that his teammate has reconnected and Hoban has to be out of this car now. He has gone over his stint time by a lot. He's gone over by almost 20 minutes. As we are seeing also Timmy Wilkins, he's getting in the car now. We're seeing a lot of these battles starting to shape up as Jaegers is starting to trail these grills and now Jaegers, he's going to get that slipstream going down into the final chicane, but doesn't quite find the door as Grills now is. He gets a little loose coming out of the chicane. Now he's going to have to battle, try and get on the inside. There is a little bit of contact, though. And Jaegers, he squeezes on by and takes P7. And now the hunt is on for P6 for Jaegers. And that is JK Phantom. And he's not too far away from Jaegers at all. Bubba Jones, 5 seconds away from Nicholas Holden as well, and Nicholas Holden's not too far away either from the race leader. I'm surprised he hasn't pit yet. He has to pit at some point. I bet they're just waiting to get this down to fuel at this point just because they don't want to lose their position. They're back in a racing competitive position to win this race, but Nicholas Holden's putting up 154.2s. Daniel Wright's last lap was a 156.0. That is that's a 2-second difference per lap. But Bubba Jones is also at a 154.5. So they are running quite fast laps here. Daniel Wright, he's got to pick up the pace as well.
Not quite back with you, but I will be here shortly.
Sounds good. We are under an hour to go now, and the question remains, is Hoban going to stay in the car? I hope not. That would be a DSQ, a disqualification. if that happens. But Bubba Jones, he's looking pretty fast as well with a 1:54.3. That's his fastest lap in this since quali. So he is looking pretty fast too. So in that Bentley. And that Bentley is going to go a long ways now with 54 minutes. He's not going to have to worry about fuel, I don't think, for the rest of this race. Following along here, D's Grills. He's right back on the bumper now of Jaegers, but he has people right behind him. Is that Brown? That is Ben Brown. Lots of guys competing here now, and here comes Cookie. Cookie, he is getting a little squirrely there, coming down turn number 2 into turn 3. But he is looking for redemption, so it doesn't surprise me to see him kind of sending it a little bit. They're sitting right now in P13. Maka mates have been unlucky. This is very true, Van. Very unlucky. But chat, thank you so much for watching. We're up to 31 viewers. At one point, I saw 36. So, thank you guys so much for watching. Who do you think is going to win this race in the end? Give me your predictions in the chat. Do you think Up North Vision or UNV will win this? Or will it be the team of the Optium Motorsports or OM Racing team? Will they take home the win? And we have gifted subs coming in. Thank you so much. And this is 5. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Guzman 94 to Righteous Fire, Rob the Ace, the Murph 1, Ratha, and USR AB. So Wright and Reynolds is what we're saying. But who's going to be P1? Who's going to win this? You think if Wright and Reynolds are going to win this? You think Reynolds is going to bring her home? Who knows? But stay tuned to see if they do. He's driving a magnificent race so far. And let's see if he can keep it that way. And now Ben Brown, he's going to be past Grills on the Honey Badgers, and that is just tough luck for him. They have gone backwards since they switched drivers. And now Brown, he's looking to get around Dave Hassar, which would be an advantage for them, as they would be looking to get a lap back. That McLaren running very slowly of Dave Hassar's, and now Dave Grills, he's going to get that slipstream now.
It's good to see Grills out there. Last minute addition to Team Honey Badger, as he was supposed to be driving with Common Cold in the Bentley, but Common Cold caught a little bit more than the Common Cold.
Oh no, that's right. We hope you get better.
Yeah, get better soon, Cold.
Yeah, we hope you get better. We saw what you said in chat, so we wish you better. Fight through it. So, and that's a big reminder to everybody that that COVID-19 is still out there, and we want to make sure everybody stays safe and wash your hands and keep safe out there.
Looks like Up North Racing is going to have to come in and do a splash and dash race in the race, judging by what they have going on for fuel and how long they've been out there. So these guys are quite possibly going to fall out of the podium contention here as they take the lead back, but that is probably only going to be for a short amount of time once they pit.
Well, Hoban right now, he's been in the car for more than 2 hours, which is your max, which is your
No,
max
there is no
stint.
max time. We did not set it, so that's on the admins. We botched it.
Well then, so Hoban might bring home this race.
I can assure you that he will be bringing home the race. Unfortunately, Frederick's connection is having some issues. And since we didn't set the time, we told him, go ahead. There was a discussion among the admins, and unfortunately, that's where we're at. So we do apologize, guys. This is our first endurance event. And unfortunately, there was just a miscommunication this morning when setting up the server, and that was missed.
Well, then we are going to have a banger of a last few laps because Daniel Wright right now, he's running 156s. Nicholas Hoden is running 154s.
That gap at the moment looks like 103 seconds. So, I mean, I really don't see, even if he didn't have to make the splash and dash, it would still be a pretty big challenge for that.
In the sim, at 6:33 p.m., the track has cooled off quite significantly, so that grip is going to get grippier. Track temp right now, 17 degrees Celsius. And the track conditions really do have changed quite a lot, even as we've raced here for 4 hours. But what do you think that those track conditions are doing right now, Fife?
Well, I mean, they should feel pretty good still. You're still looking at 17C on track. So the temperature is coming down now as we start to see sunset. A lot of these guys obviously will have planned a higher PSI pit stop, with their next set of tires. So you'll see these guys make those changes, and it really shouldn't affect them too much. As long as your PSIs are correct, you're not going to notice. Taking a nice look at Tommy Cogan and his McLaren coming around the start-finish straight. And there's Craig Bray behind him. Unfortunately, I believe Craig, a lap down on Tommy. And right now, looking again at the lead of the race, it looks like Hubin is 15 seconds up on Daniel Wright. So like I said, they're going to have to splash and dash late here, probably with about a half an hour left, maybe 20 minutes. So he's got to try to build that lead, but I don't think it's going to be enough. I'm not sure. A splash and dash is going to won't take that long. Hey, we could see them pulling away for the win.
Had to stretch out my back there for a little bit. Sorry about that, but
that's all right.
It's going to be very interesting to see what's going to happen here.
I don't know what's going on, actually. I'm sorry. Pitwall is just jumping back and forth with Hubin and Wright, and I'm not sure who is actually in the lead. It looks like Daniel Wright according to the game, so it now looks like Hubin is 101 seconds behind Daniel Wright, so that's a pretty big number to make up without having to pit again, and they're going to have to pit again as their car is going to be running pretty low on fuel with about 20 minutes left, I believe. Trying to get an idea of how far back the Audi team is behind their nearest competitor.
Shout out to the only completely amateur team, number 118. Is that you guys?
Yeah, that would be the Team Panzer team.
That would be them.
Made up of Thornton, Zoo, and Wilkins.
Well, keeping an eye on Hoban here. He's actually only 40 seconds back to Wright, according to the game.
Let's see if Pitwall agrees. No, Pitwall's got him in the lead again, with Wright 17 seconds behind him. So clearly, this thing is not perfect, but still pretty cool.
It's close for P14 as I'm being told, so we'll head down there. Let's see what's going on down here. Yeah, that gap is pretty close. Vander Valk and Venancio Senatori. If I landed that name right, I will be so surprised.
I think it was pretty close. Senatori sounds right.
Senatori, Viencio. Yep, Viencio Senatori.
Vincenzo.
Vincenzo? Is it Vincenzo? Damn.
Yes, Vincenzo Senatori.
That is Italian as I ever heard it. So.
Buongiorno.
But he is really fighting hard here, and Hoban, he's going to get in the mix now. Senator, excuse me, has to back out of the way and have to give up this fight for now. And gets into the grass, though. And that's going to really hurt his time now as he's fallen back to about a second to Vandervalk.
Great shots here. Oh boy, Senatori almost making contact with the back of the Gulf-inspired Bentley.
Wait, right's gone off.
Oh, he did.
No, that's because of the pit stop. Corey Reynolds now in the car for Daniel Wright. I was very confused there. All of a sudden, Daniel Wright was no longer in the lead, so we should have forgot to mention that. And now Bubba Jones has taken back his P2. And now it's a fight. Now it is time for the final stints. Fife, are you ready?
Oh, I am ready.
Are you ready, kids? Well, here we go. The final 42 minutes of this race. And like you said, Hoban is going to have to go in for a splash and dash to be able to keep up with the gas pace. I think it was, if I calculated right, you'll get, what, about 65 minutes of fuel?
Yeah, just about that.
Just about right in there. So he was about 15, 16 minutes off of that. So that's about 4 laps, 5 laps? Oh no, it's more than that. About 2-minute laps. You're looking about 7.5 laps of fuel that has to be added in order to get to the end. That actually is that's gonna hurt him very hard because Bubba Jones being back in second place, Reynolds is gonna have to really be aggressive here at the end of this race. This is what this race was built up to be, was for this last stint here. Reynolds, he's 20 seconds behind Bubba Jones. He has to get up and go.
He is definitely going, pulling away.
We would like to remind everybody to check out gridfinder.com. Find your next racing league there. They are a huge helper of Apollo Racing Club. We've gotten tons of members, I feel like, from it. And
yeah, a lot of the guys here today are because I know they're league owners over at Gridfinder, and that is grid-finder.com, just to be clear.
Yes, hyphen finder.
Very important. Hyphenate that thing.
Yep. You can find a commentator for your next event or find your next league or special events. So
over 1,000 divisions, 1,000 leagues represented there.
Absolutely insane. I can't even believe the fact that there's 1,000 sim racing leagues out there on this planet. But Reynolds, we're seeing him here. He is giddy up and go now as we have hit 101 laps here at the Nürburgring. And now Centaur was able to find a pass onto on the Joel Vandervalk, and now Centaur is going to just drive away here, going into the long hairpin. And Fife, I will have to say, Cookie has really put in the work here.
Absolutely. Like I said, he really wanted redemption on this one.
Oh yeah,
This
he is up to P13 now, so he is getting back in there right now. He is trailing D's Grills. So hopefully he can get past him quite quickly here and get going here. So Nicholas Holden still our race leader as he goes into the final chicane and final corner.
And we have just gone under 40 minutes of time left. So getting down to the end here.
Getting down to the end, and now we're seeing Bubba Jones. He has overtaken Vandervalk and going into the last turn. He is only about, I don't know how far he is away from Hoban. He's definitely not 66 seconds back. It's only 9 seconds back. That's what I thought. I was like, there's no way Bubba Jones is 66.8 seconds back. That's an
absolutely not
insane number.
Starting to see that sunset haze, the glare coming in here. Looking very cool. As the track is now down to 16C, same as the ambient air temperature. So if these guys don't have their PSIs right, their tires are going to be slipping and sliding all over the place.
Well, Reynolds now, he's 23 seconds away from Bubba Jones. Has that increased? Indeed it has. And now number 3 has been in an accident. That's going to be the GB team. They were in some form of accident not too long ago, so that hurt them a little bit as they are in P9. Nowhere close to Grills, I think. So they're going to be in a safe position here in P8.
And it looks like Cookie is making up some time here for my team. It appears he's only about 25 seconds down on the car ahead. Although, did the car ahead just pit? They're not chasing the number 8 car of D's Grills. They're a lap down on that car.
So Dixon Hurst is in P12 right now. He's coming through the Mercedes arena as Cookie coming through the start-finish line coming into turn 1. So, yeah, he's making up some ground. He's about 34 seconds back. So, he's got some time to make up. As Corey Reynolds now, he has fallen. He is now 24 seconds back from Bubba Jones. Bubba Jones running a 1:55 lap time. Corey Reynolds, he's got to find some space here. His last lap was a 1:57.6 as he gains 0.5 on this lap.
According to the pit board, Bubba Jones 9 seconds down on Hubin. Yet Pitwall is telling me he's 67 seconds down.
Yeah, in the game he's only 9 seconds down, which I believe.
I believe the game, yeah.
So Hoban's just coming up to the Schumacher S. Bubba Jones is coming up to the Schumacher S right now. So yeah, they're pretty close to each other. So
absolutely. Bubba does have that lap traffic ahead of him.
Well, now we're seeing a battle now for P6 as Ben Brown has caught up to Jaegers. And they are going through the final chicane, and there we go. Oh, and Jaegers gets loose and goes off the track, and that's going to be an opportunity for Ben Brown to overtake him into the final turn, and he gets P6 out of that. So great move there by Ben Brown, being patient through the chicane.
Right. Not just a great move on the overtake, but great move not being shook by the guy in front of him making the mistake. You know, he kept his line and he went right through, and he could have made some contact there, but kept it nice and clean.
kept it very nice and clean. Now GB8. He's going to have company here very soon, as he's actually going to get a lap down, I think. Yep, he's a lap down to that car, so.
Question is, when will Hubin come in?
Yeah, when will Hubin come in? He is
If he put max fuel, he can only go about 7 more laps.
Respectively, yes. Yeah.
I would say a fueling pit stop is probably going to take. I'm not sure actually.
He'll have to put in.
Take 30.
He'll have to put in at least.
It won't be much. 40 gallons. I mean, it's gallons.
7.5
40
laps.
liters.
He has to put in at least 7.5 laps.
All right. Well, then in that case, then right. Like 23 liters, 24 liters in that area.
Well, that'll be enough time for Bubba Jones to take the lead of this race, as he is now falling down to 11 seconds behind Hubin. And Reynolds, he is trying to make up some time as well. He really needs to pick up his pace. He is running a 1:56.3 now. That was his last lap time. And he's 27 seconds behind Bubba Jones. But Fife, as we go down to the final laps here, it's going to be a shootout. Who do you think is going to come out on top?
I think we're going to see I Love Big Girls. We like big girls take this win here, because I just can't see how Hubin's going to be able to pit and come out in time and keep his lead, you know, and that's a shame, because if they hadn't disconnected and run into their connection troubles, they were running away with this race. They were almost a full lap up on the field the entire race, you know, and it's unfortunate that Frederick was disconnected. You know, quick reaction by their second driver to get back in the car, get it back out on track. But unfortunately, it has hurt their pit strategy, and I just think now that we're going to see Bubba take this win, bring it home. You see Wilkins there letting Reynolds come through. Nice job staying wide and making room for him. You don't want to get tangled up with a leader here in the last half hour of the race. I mean, at any point for that matter, but last half an hour of the race, you want to get out of the way and let these guys come through and head for home.
"32 minutes to go here at the Nürburgring. These guys are tired. They are beaten. And
their hands are sweaty.
Their hands are absolutely sweaty. And now Bubba Jones has fallen another second behind Nicholas Hubin, who is now 12 seconds ahead of Bubba Jones. So I wonder if they're having a tire problem.
Going to be really interesting to see. I've just asked chat if anyone can give me an idea of how long a quick splash and dash for up North Division racing would take. And now Hubin coming up on some traffic here. Might hold him up a little bit. I don't expect for long though.
And now we're seeing Craig Bray getting in the car in the McLaren. So he will wrap up his team's race with the final 30 minutes to go. But Hubin just being able to just stay calm in this race. He is looking really strong here for a win. But like we said, he has to come in for a splash and dash, which will happen here in the next lap or so, I would assume.
I think he's going to be able to get down closer to about, let me take a look at pit wall and tell you how many laps he's done. So he's done, on this stint, he has done 27. So he could go about another 5 laps max if his fuel is being consumed by about the same rate it was earlier in the race.
Well, let's take a look through the field once again. Take a
Beautiful
look at
shots
Clark.
with sunset. That looks so good.
We're taking a look at Clark Muller now, sitting in P4 with the Commonwealth Motorsports team. Definitely wasn't expecting this team to do this well. And this is a team with Jonathan Ogden. Jonathan Ogden, they weren't somebody I was expecting to be in P4 by the time we got to the end of this race, and they've done a great job. They've driven a great race. So, and hopefully they can reap the rewards here, but they are a lap down.
Bubba is now making up some time on P1.
Warden, he's trying to win this race. He is a quick man, but is Nicholas Hubin faster?
Bubba certainly is quick. Season 2 pro tier champion in our GT3 category. So you know he can put down those fast lap times. I will be right back.
Okay. Bubba Jones right now is at 17 laps on his tires. Hubin's on 28 lap old tires, and those tires gotta be feeling pretty wary right now as we are heading into a very cold dirt track. We are 15 degrees Celsius. It's 15 degrees outside as well. Tommy Kogan sitting in P5 right now. Good for him. He's having a great race right now. And just looking through the field for some battles. Centaur is getting up on the back bumper of Grills.
But unfortunately, he is a lap down. Hubin
Cookie
opened
ended up losing a
gap
place somewhere, sir.
Oh, darn.
Down the P14. I wonder what happened. We're at 108 laps, 26 minutes to go.
Really getting down to the last few laps. Been a long afternoon here for everybody. Everyone's just wanting to finish up strong and go have a cold one and forget about racing for a few days, I'm sure.
I'm sure of that. Hubin just going around some traffic now around Dix. Who was that? Dixonhurst. And he's at 29 laps on those tires.
Oh.
Ooh, he gets a little loose, though, coming out of the chicane.
He's got to come in and pit. I'll be
On the
surprised if they
Schumacher.
don't take tires. I mean, 28 lap old tires, a splash and dash may not be the best idea right now.
They got to take tires. I don't think they took tires on the pit. And they would have had 18 laps on them already.
When the disconnect happened?
Yeah.
That's an interesting stuff. Point.
I can't tell if they took tires or not, but it's my assumption that those tires are not good, especially after he looked pretty rough coming through the Schumacher S's.
Well, he's going to stay out for another one, putting him on his 30th lap now.
That'd be 48 laps if they didn't do the tire change.
I really wish we could tell. We just had a position change further back. Looks like Grills just overtook Vincenzo Santori. Sorry about my son.
Grills, he's trying to take away a position. Well, not taking away any position. He's right now riding P8 as Cookie is approaching the Honey Badgers Danny Ricciardo livery car. And ooh, Cookie, got to be careful, man.
He's being aggressive. He wants to get by.
He wants to get by, and does he need to, though? Oh, no, Cookie goes off. He's gone wide, and I don't know what happened to him. Is he okay?
It seems to be okay.
Comes back onto the track, no problem. As we're watching Bubba Jones in the Bentley, he is looking to potentially win this race because we are questioning the tire strat. The tires on Nicholas Hubin's car. Are they at 48 laps or are they at 30 laps? That's really the question. He's going again. He's not even pitting yet.
He's probably watching this gap and saying, I don't know what to do here. You know, pit, don't pit.
Yeah, he's got to pit at some point because, you know, fuel becomes a factor. He's sitting at 31 laps. I say he's got, what, 2 more laps? That'd be full fuel. It has been a very, very long afternoon here at Apollo Racing Club. We are in the final 23 minutes of this race. Ben Brown sitting in P6. He is looking to potentially track down Tommy Kogan, but I don't think he can. Yes, he can. They're on the same lap. They're only... Oh, they're quite a bit of ways back. But we'll find out for sure as Jaegers is chasing down Ben Brown as well for the final moments of this race. Now Ben Brown coming up the back straight now. Looking very strong for a P6 finish here. Maybe a P5 if he can find some extra time onto Tommy Kogan. But Tommy Kogan's way too fast. Taking a look at our leader who's going past the pit lane again. He's going to be on 32 laps now.
He's going to have to pit next time. There's no way he can go another lap. Absolutely no way he can go another lap.
And he hasn't been fuel saving either. He's been putting in 154s consistently on race pace.
Although if he took max fuel, I guess it is a possibility he can get up to 35 laps. I did 33 myself, so he's probably going to be able to stay out again. Just keep putting that gap in.
Oof, I'm tired. Got a big old yawn there.
Yeah, man, I'm about done with ACC for I think a few days.
Forever.
Yeah, I mean, this is it. I'm never coming back.
This is it. But
I just wanted to do one endurance race, and now we're done forever.
Retirement. But Kogan,
20 minutes.
he is trying to finish strong here. He's 2 laps down, which is kind of sad. He was in P4 at one point in this race too. His team was, and just could not string together any decent laps. And now here we go. Here's the decider. Here, does Hoban come in? Nope. He does
He
not.
doesn't need to. If you take max fuel, I believe you can get up to 35 laps. I think the reason we were doing 32 as our number was because of we were trying to pit every 65 minutes or so. Looks like Kriegs has got a chance at taking peak 10 now.
Said P10.
Yeah, Gobes just said in chat that a mistake by Asylum Blitz has allowed Craig to be only 3 seconds back now.
Oh, perfect. Thank you, Van. Asylum Lumbits.
Dude, Asylum Blitz.
Asylum Blitz. Yes, dude. Dude.
You are tired, my friend.
Looking at the
much racing,
screen
too
for
much
7
casting.
hours. Eyes are tired.
Yep, because it wasn't just the race, it was all the prep work too, which we
Yep.
won't have to repeat now. At least we've got that all squared away.
Hopefully. That's the hope, at least. So, but Asylum Blitz. Now, he can hopefully find a gap. And the Bentley, you know, one of the things I think a lot of people talk about with the Bentley is the gas mileage on it, how good it is. The amount of fuel saving you can do on this car. If you can figure out a decent pit strategy around the fuel saving, that you're in a world of happiness. Now, Bubba Jones, he is going to be 15 seconds back from Nicholas Hubin.
Who's coming around again. Like I said, I don't think he's going to pit. Nope, he did not pit. Now on to his 34th lap.
34 laps. Those tires are screaming.
If they were fresh at the pit stop when they disconnected, he is probably feeling it a little bit, but they are definitely manageable. Craig's still holding that 3-second gap, not able to pull him in any closer there.
So, Fife, tell us, you think this has been a good race, successful race?
Yes, I would say so. You know, we got a whole bunch of new people here from other sim racing communities that have come to join us. And yeah, I'm sorry about that. I would say definitely successful. You know, a couple of mistakes that were made. We'll figure that out and get those squared away for next time. But we've learned a lot. And we'll definitely be doing this again. Our next one is planned for May 8th. The announcement will be going out in our Discord shortly and then across other communities. So keep your eyes open for that.
Yes, please do. And we, of course, would love to see more people join our community. We're over 440 members strong. And we keep climbing every day. It's just, you know, by next week, I expect us at 500. So,
yeah, I do too, especially if we keep pulling off these endurance events. People really seem to enjoy them. And now
I got
Krieg's,
good news.
2 seconds.
I got good news. Hoban is pitting now. He is
Now,
pitting.
where is Bubba?
Bubba's 16 seconds back. It's not going to be enough time, especially if they have to change tires, which I assume they do.
It will be. Oh, I thought you meant for Bubba, but Bubba's coming around now to take the lead of this race. ARC's very own Bubba Jones from Team We Like Big Girls into the lead of this race.
And good for him. That's an absolutely fantastic
And while I do love to
change.
see someone from our league jumping into the lead of this race, I do feel bad for Up North Vision Racing having those connection issues earlier. As we said, they had the race well in hand, and that is very unfortunate. So, you know, hopefully you guys will come back and we'll see you next time and have another battle.
Well, here comes Corey Reynolds. Can he get through the pit lane? No, he cannot. Nicholas Holden, he has now come out of he just came out of the pit. So That gap is now 10 seconds with 15 minutes to go here, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a race. For the front two, we'll keep our eyes here peeled for any other battles, but our focus is going to be mainly to see if Holden can make up those 10 seconds.
Keep your eye on Craig Bray as well. Don't forget about him back there, 1.6 seconds back of Asylum Blitz.
Silent Blitz getting down the front stretch. Tim Wilkins getting out of the way of Craig Bray. Centaur, coming up through the Schumacher S's. He's sitting in P12, so I don't think he'll be able to make up any more time onto Craig Bray, as we saw him as he was going down to turn 2. Thank you, USRAB. Tires are good for 2 hours, but temps are a problem. So, as we are getting down to more grip on this track, Bubba Jones taking a huge lead in this race. He is 10 seconds in the lead of Hubin. Actually, that's turned into 23 seconds now.
Interesting to see where Corey Reynolds is now once he comes across the line, how far back of Hubin he is. Hubin.
It's funny, I know actually somebody with the last name Hubin. So, it's a name I've heard before. He's actually only going to be 20 seconds back now. He's able to gain about 17 seconds onto Hubin.
Under a second back of Asylum. That would be really good for those guys. I'm sure they would be pretty pleased with a top 10 finish here today. Come on there, Craig. Get in there, buddy.
He is hunting him down. He is sniffing it out. Craig, he's been fast in our league before. Today, obviously not the best of showing for the entire team in that McLaren. In the Maccabates McLaren, but a Silent Blitz, he might be giving an opportunity here for Craig Bray.
Great shots as we ride along with Craig's dash camera here, closing up all the time. He's right there, just waiting for the right moment.
Now following along from the helicopter camera, and this is an absolutely beautiful track. You can just see how it goes up and down and some great elevation changes.
And you don't notice it when you drive. I mean, you do know that there's uphill and downhills, but when you see that helicopter shot, it is striking how much elevation change there is on this track.
And this is just the Nürburgring Grand Prix track. And now we're seeing Asylum. He's trying to get away from Craig, but it might not be enough as they are coming through the Schumacher S's. Absolutely gorgeous driving by these two. These guys are going to leave nothing on the table tonight.
Wondering when and where the move is going to come. You can close up pretty good on the brakes here in the final chicane, so we'll have probably turn 1 here. Craig with this gap should have a good run at him here down the straightaway. You know, that's where I was liking to overtake with my 2 overtakes. That was the only place I really felt comfortable doing it. So let's see if Craig can get the slipstream now and make something happen down into turn 1.
Well, he is very far back. And now, but
too far back, I'm afraid.
Yeah, but he can try and make up some time, being a little bit later on the brakes, unless a Silent Blitz's braking is just so late, is the latest as possible. Nicholas Hubin now 22 seconds away from the lead here as we hit a lap 116 with 10 minutes to go.
the final 10 minutes, Evie. We've done it. We made it.
We have done it, ladies and gentlemen, and it has been absolutely fantastic casting this race. It's been a long day. It's been a long race.
Let me take this time then to thank you, man. You've put in a ton of hard work. I very much appreciate everything you do here at Apollo. Our streams wouldn't be possible without all the hard work you put in, man.
Well, it's not over until the fat lady sings, and we got Craig, who is now getting on the back bumper of Asylum Blitz. And I thank you for that, Fife. But the action is still heating up on track, and Bray, he is trying so hard to get close to Asylum Blitz now.
So close there. Here he comes. Oh.
He just can't find the inside as they are going to the downhill portion of this track. And they are just pushing everything that they have into this. They gotta find something. They gotta find somewhere, some opening. Come on, Craig. He can do it. But Asylum Blitz, he is driving pretty fantastically as well.
Absolutely. Defending so well.
Yeah, getting the inside line. And I really think that's the best way to defend on this track is as soon as you can find an inside groove there, just stay there. You're not going to get past. It's hard to pass on the outside.
You know, I told you I'd been doing a ton of prep, and that included, some small pub races. And just like the entire time during my prep, I'm like, I don't know where I'm going to pass on this track. I usually don't have that problem of having to figure out where to pass, but turn 1 felt pretty comfortable, pretty safe. As Craig really challenging him now through the Mercedes complex. Should have some good drive out of turn 4 here.
And he's just right on the back bumper. He's so close, but the exits of some of these turns are just working in Asylum Blitz's favor. He's able to find the grip in the line there. And now he's going to just continue to run away with this with Team Parker Racing. And what a great race from him. And he's smiling right now. You can tell he's having fun. This is exactly what we wanted. It was just people to have a good time here at Apollo Racing Club for the 4 hours of the Nürburgring.
Just enjoying these views here as the guys come cruising through with their headlights on, starting to see that nice little shine to the track. The sun has set. The track is very cold. 14°C air temperature, 14°C track. No sunlight to keep it warm anymore. Doesn't really seem to be too much of a problem for anybody.
Cuban right now, he is trying to potentially steal a victory here. 6 minutes to go. He's 21 seconds back. He is not fast enough, I don't think. His last lap was a 1:54.7. Bubba's last lap time was a 1:55.1. Bubba's is slower than Hoban.
It's just not enough time.
It's not going to be enough time at all. Sadly, the clock has to strike midnight at some point. But Corey Reynolds sitting in P3, having a great drive. His teammate also coming in clutch, getting that P3. Daniel Wright, the man that helped him. As we are hitting the final 6 minutes here, and guys are trying to get, wouldn't surprise me if guys start getting a little squirrely here as now D's grills. He sees Jaegers. Jaegers got by him, excuse me.
Is that what it was then? Unfortunately, Craig has now lost his close lead to, his gap to Asylum. It's now over a second.
Vanderbilt sitting in P13 coming across the start-finish line. So I don't think he has any battles with anybody coming up. So he's 14 seconds back from Santor. And poor Craig, it's now turned into a 1.2 second gap. And Santor is not sure. But Cookie, no, that's not Cookie. Who's that behind Craig there? I couldn't tell.
Craig has closed the gap again, under a second, 8/10 now, and that's Hassar behind Craig Bray. You see there in the McLaren.
Oh, yeah, Tommy
Sorry,
Coogan.
Tommy Coogan. Yes, Tommy Coogan.
He is
If I was
speeding away.
Coogan, I would just stay away from these two. Protect your. You got a big lead over the opponent behind you. You're not going to catch the guys in front of you. Let these two guys and Craig and Asylum have their battle and just protect that 5th place.
Craig looking to try and make a move on the inside, but couldn't. Door was slammed shut for him as he now has to battle back going through the Mercedes arena.
Bubba Jones is going to be getting close to having about 2 laps left. I'm going to take a look and see where he is on course right now.
On board with Craig Bray, who's trying to battle for P10. This is for the final top 10 spot. So definitely, oh no! Asylum, he goes a little bit wide. He loses a bit of time in the hairpin. And now the Schumacher S's are going to get very interesting. Let's see if Craig can find a way to gain some time back as he's fallen a little bit farther back from his 0.6 of a second. And now, there we go. Craig, he gets a lot of time back that time. He is sniffing the back bumper now of Asylum Blitz. And the push is on, but Craig, he just has to find more time somewhere. Has to clip some corner.
In our race, Bubba Jones is going to be doing 2 more laps, it looks like. 2 more laps. He's about to come across the line. Actually, no, that's not him. Sorry. He's still going to do 2 more laps, though.
2 more. Sounds good. We are almost done with this race, ladies and gentlemen.
Big thank you to chat. Everyone, thanks for hanging out here. Really appreciate it.
And just so everybody knows, there will be no post-race interviews after. We'll be signing off immediately after this to hang up our shoes and relax for the rest of the night. I know there's some things, there's some other things too to do. UFC's on tonight, so I'll be watching that as we get into the final laps here.
I will be watching the
race.
Biggie Smalls documentary and Coming to America 2 with my wife after the races.
Nice.
Looking forward to an evening of doing that and not sitting in the rig.
I bet you've been in the rig for far too long. So
all for
Bubba
an hour and 5-minute stint.
Well, Holden. Excuse me, Hubin. P2 now. He is 19 seconds away, but what a great race from. Props to him. He would have probably won this race without the disconnection, but that's a part of sim racing, sadly. Now Reynolds, he is 32 seconds behind as well. Of Hubin. So Bubba Jones is going to be taking this race win. Huge congratulations from him. He has had to battle all day. He sat P2. He was patient. He waited and waited and waited and waited and waited until the perfect moment arrived.
Until the last 30 minutes of the race. And, we've said it 3 or 4 times now. It's a real shame what happened up North Vision Racing. Those guys were putting on a show for us out there today. So we hope you guys will be back for the next one. See what happens if you don't get disconnected.
Well,
Bubba, 31 laps, so he's going to come across the line to start his final lap here in just a moment.
And here we go. Leader is on the final lap. We'll be coming across our radio waves here shortly.
All right, man. The leader is on the final lap.
There it is. Final push is what he has said. So let's see what happens here. Can Craig find some way to get P10?
It's close.
It's so
Still
close.
So close. We do have a yellow flag, and looks like the... Oh, be careful. Looks like everything is okay over there where the yellow flag was on the near the Schumacher S. And Bubba just exits the Mercedes complex. Still looking just fine out there.
Bray, and may we remind people, these two will be battling for another lap. So as they come through the Schumacher S's, Tommy Kogan, he is just watching this battle. He's enjoying this, I think. And Bray, he gets a much better run here. Can he find the slipstream going down the hill? He is just right on the back of a silent blitz now. He is so close.
And at the same time, Bubba is making his way up to the final sector of the course. He just came through the Schumacher S's. He's got 4 turns left. So we can just take a look over there, catch the race winner as he crosses the line.
We will, as soon as we see what happens here. Craig, he gets a much better exit now out of the final turn, and they're going to come across the line for their final lap, and we'll head back to that battle and check on our race leader now.
Here
will be coming home to win the very first Apollo Racing Club endurance events here, and it was the 4 hours of Nürburgring. Your winner, Bubba Jones, and we like big girls racing.
Get in there, Bubba.
Absolute fantastic drive, but we got to head right back to some battles here.
It's close. It's so close. 1/10. He's done it. He's gotten through.
He's done it. He's gotten through. He's now P10. Can he hold on to it? He has to hold on.
into P10.
Macamates, P10. NCR Endurance, P11. P11. No, excuse me. Team Parker Racing, P11 now. What a move by Craig to save this race now.
And at the front of the race, Hubin for Up North Division race comes in second, and rounding out your podium is Optum Racing Team with Corey Reynolds and Daniel Wright. Great drive, guys. Wonderful result for them as well.
Tommy Kogan, he is on his final lap. He is enjoying this battle behind Krieg's in a silent blitz. So what a race here, Fife, and couldn't have been more happy to cast it. And Kogan, he's going to be coming up the hill into the final chicane here very shortly to round out the top 5. Ben Brown is back in the pits. Congratulations to him on a P6. Yeager's also in the pits, and now everybody's coming across the line, and this will end the race. We got 2 more guys out on track, and it is the final. It's P5. Kogan coming in P5. Craig stealing a victory here. Well, stealing a top 10.
That's huge. And some
Absolutely
antics
huge.
going on down at turn 1 right now. Some donuts to celebrate. Completing the ARC's first endurance race. Thank you everyone who took part. This was a huge team effort from everybody involved. Really appreciate everyone's hard work.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Your race winner, Bubba Jones, and the We Like Girls Racing Team. They win our first Apollo Racing Club Endurance Series event. Well, that is going to do it for us here at Apollo Racing Club. Our next event will be tomorrow night for F1 2020 Tier 1 as they will wrap up their season at Spa.
I will be there with you for that as well.
Well, that will be very exciting,
Looks
and I'm
like
excited.
you lost connection to the server. Don't forget to save the replay.
I don't think I can because I think the session ended, but I automatically saved the replay. So
If you
I
click
got it
replay
set.
right now, oh, too late.
But I did have it set up for automatic save, just so you know, Fife. But huge congratulations to the Bubba Jones and the We Like Girls team. So make sure to follow, like the channel, as well as, if you feel so kind, subscribe as well. We'll see you guys tomorrow night as we head to Spa for F1 2020. It is our final race. So, Fife, any final thoughts?
The only thing I can really tell you is Tyler understands that the race is done and he really wants to go take a bath right now. So I just wanted to, once again, thanks everybody. Really glad we did this. Really looking forward to doing more of these. It's a huge undertaking. These things are not easy to put together. So again, just thank you for everybody. Thank you to the community. Thank you for all the teams that came in from other communities. We loved having you here, and we hope to see you guys all again at the next one.
Well, that will do it for us here. For Fife and everybody here at Apollo Racing Club, thank you, and we'll see you tomorrow.